still be here, Belmont. Trees will still grow, birds will still sing, animals will still hump away in the undergrowth. But you won't be here. And you won't be here. None of you. The sun will still set, but you will not see it rise. There will only be Dracula and his war council and the hordes of the night. He writes in great books, you know. He hews the covers himself from oak and wraps them in the preserved skin of the people he hated most. He writes plans. I've seen them. Ideas for darkening clouds and making them as permanent in the air as the frost from the north. Great, strange flying machines that pull shrouds across the sky to block out the sun. Imagine it. A world without humans under endless invented night. And Dracula in his castle. His revenge so horribly complete that there will be nothing left to do but look out over a world without art, or memory, or laughter, and know that he did his work well, that he did it all for love. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I saw the hype train before you arrived. Or before I arrived. Thank you for the cheer. Marx, Mako, Death's Head. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I don't know how to show you like the full thing here. Because even here you can only see like half of me. I guess I can, like, show you the boots for a second, maybe. I can't even tell where I'm supposed to go to show you them. Thank you, Mako. And October is in June, and I love it. Yes, indeed. Yay for the great performance. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Interesting opener. You must not have watched it. No, and I was literally just thinking earlier today how much good dialogue is in Castlevania. Yes. That is one of my favorite speeches in the whole show. I had parts of it memorized, but I didn't know, like, the transitions between the parts, so I memorized it today, so I could open with it. Yes, so, what do y'all think? Do you like my cosplay? If you don't know, one of the things that I'm gonna be doing, next week when I'm gone is going to a con, and so this is my cosplay for the con. I hope it looks good. I hope that people will like it. Nice cosplay. Hope you enjoy the con next week. Thanks, Straight Iron Lung. But yeah, I thought, why not show it off for you guys today. I don't know. I want to at least do one story wearing it. I don't know if I should try wearing it, you know, the whole stream, because that's going to replicate what it's going to feel like to wear it all day, you know, at the con. But also I get pretty sweaty on these streams, and so I don't know if that's the best idea. I don't want to sweat out of this costume before the con even starts. Aw, Danica, amazing in my opinion, and the boots and coat are everything, and everything that's cool. Also, bangs are always amazing. Also selfish topic, but I'm so excited. I passed the routine test for my motorbike license, so I almost finished. Oh, nice! Congratulations! Thank you for the cheer, Mako, if I didn't already say that. I guess I can give you a better look at it through pushing my hair back a little bit as well. The camera on OBS is like reversed from real life. Let's see if I can get, yeah, I can't really get the belts up much higher. Only problem, you're too cheery for Alucard needs more emo. Oh, you don't really know me, Norman. I may seem cheery on the stream, but I am not an overall very cheery person. Thank you for the cheer, Death's Head. I don't know why they didn't get through. Why am I not seeing that on my chat? There's Danica's. Danica's went through. Thank you, Danica. Gosh, the cosplay is gorgeous. Oh, so happy to hear that. And then there was a third cheer, and the third one didn't get through. So the middle one got through. And it's not even telling me the, like, welcome to the chat room message this time. So what up with that? Cheer Rudy says Ghoulish, thanks so much. I see that one. Very nice outfit, says Arachnar. Appreciate it. Someone can post pictures of Alucard in the not so private chat so that you know. Those who haven't watched the show can know who I'm cosplaying. Alrighty, Roo. That is one encore unlocked and almost two, so give yourselves a little round of applause for that. Can we see the two encores? Yes, very soon. Let me do my usual speechy poo. Okay. If you're new here, welcome, welcome. This is how it works. Every week we have a prompt. I don't know why week was strange to me. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write for said prompt and post microfiction to the Discord. Then, at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering, as our lovely folks have done so far already. And yeah, I think the next thing is to show you how to be a guaranteed person. Yeah, there you go. Nailed it with the other Alucard. Oh, perfect. You did both Symphony of the Night and the show. Of course I wanted to do the Symphony of the Night one because it's a little, like, nicer and fancier, but because it's nicer and fancier, I didn't have time to get that. Alrighty. Okay, so to be guaranteed, you go to the server shop, and then you have some options here. You have the $3 a month tier, the Bookworm tier. This gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the submission pool. And then you get some emojis. Then for the $5 a month tier, then you get access to all those things, but you will be in the guaranteed section if you are selected to be read here on the stream. You can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts instead of just 5-word prompts. Then Transform 1 gets all of the above, and you can submit 4 submissions and 7-word prompts, and then the first prompt that you submit automatically goes directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it, and that is posted in the secret supporter chat. Then you can also have a universe tag if you so desire, but make sure that you tag me or DM me to get that. Close this. Our prompt for... Oh, yes, and also... if you want a server tag, a little guild tag like my lovely tag, for Moth, then make sure to boost the server. I think we need 3 more boosts to do so, but it's a little confusing. Discord's being a bit confusing about it. Eddie, you rang. Oh, I hope Eddie is looking at the stream. I think he usually isn't able to. But yeah, hopefully somebody, I don't know. How do we get Eddie to actually see it? Hopefully Eddie can see the recordings, even if his computer can't handle the actual streams, and you can see my little speech at the beginning. Alrighty, so our prompt for today is pleasant loneliness. And we had some very interesting, very good stories this week. Let me show you our list. Our list is Marx, Makokam, Documancer, Hellenic Taoist, potential bonus 5th. And then for our Encores, we have GJ Fuller, Luna, Spectre, and Vex. Yeah, that's fair. Aw, Eddie, I am looking now. Yes, you can pull it off far better than I could ever hope to. Well, I'm glad that you think I can pull it off at least somewhat, and sad that you cannot. Or at least you think you cannot. I've been trying to show off the whole thing, and it's hard. I am trying to get the sword as well. So I actually, yeah, I did tell you guys about that last week, didn't I? That my dad was trying to 3D print it. So I was thinking, I was like, do I need the sword or not? I don't need the sword, but of course it'd be nice to have it. And so I was like, I'll just look it up and see what the prices are. But, you know, if it's like $100, that's gonna be too much. And so then the internet was like, well, you could pay $5 for 3D printing patterns. And I was like, that's a winner. And so I had my dad start trying to 3D print it. But it didn't go so well. It kept failing. And, like, even when he set it at, like, I don't know, settings that took, like, 20 hours to print just the blade, it still failed. So he doesn't really know what happened. So I was like, I know it's a long shot, but there's this guy who... I was gonna say... Okay. So background. My church, or my campus of my church, is in a movie theater. There's, like, the main campus that's, like, actually a church building, but the campus that is nearer to my house is in a theater. And so that theater is kind of in, like, a mall complex sort of thing. It's like an outdoor mall. And so one day, like, we were walking by, and I don't know if this is, like, an every Saturday thing, because we usually don't walk by there, or if this was or Sunday, it would have to be. Every Sunday, every weekend. But there's, like, a little market and people selling stuff, and there's a guy who's selling, like, 3D printed stuff. And so my mom, like, got me this dragon for Christmas from him. I don't know what happened there. And so I was like, I know it's a long shot, but, like, let's see if he can do it. Like, this is his job. And, like, it seems like maybe he can do it, but we need to see what the price is, and if that itself is gonna be $100 before we can say I can actually get the sword. But yeah, so, you know, cross your fingers that I can manage to get the sword at an affordable price. But we'll see. Actually, I should look, because he said that he would email us back on Saturday afternoon, so let's see if I have news. Looks like now is not yet. He has not emailed back yet. Alright. Potential bonus, wiggles eyebrows, yes. Oh no, Mr. Strangely's internet went out. That is too bad. Which one of the swords are you going for? As in, like, the one from the show, or the one from the game, or one of the many ones from the game? The one from the show. I didn't really pay much attention to how different the sword from the game is from the one from the... Did I say the one from the game? I meant the one from the show. I didn't pay much attention to how different the one from the game was from the show. I just, like, looked at 3D printing patterns and what they had, and it's like, yeah, you know, and so I did the one from the show. But that one is, like, as tall as he is, and so I am gonna have him, like, I did request that he would scale it down, so I can actually put it, you know, in my belt. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, Nocturne. Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've seen, so I'm doing reaction videos to Nocturne, and I got stopped in the middle because of the whole thing where the Pookie Chips art that I was using as the background, they were like, this might be AI. And so I commissioned the art that is currently in the background for the stream, and then I also commissioned some Castlevania art to use for the rest of the Castlevania Nocturne reactions. And it taken a while. And part of that's my fault, and part of that's not my fault, but like this is a $300 piece, and so like totally fine that it's gonna take some time. But he also said he'd give me updates over the weekend. So we'll see. Remind me to check in. Maybe I'll have updates for that too. So yeah, I have not finished Nocturne. Please, nobody spoil anything. If anybody sees spoilers in the chat, mods, delete the message. But, so, I don't know that I've seen the different sword that he uses in Nocturne if he uses a different one at the end. If he uses a different one at the beginning, I didn't notice. Fair enough. And he says, I think in Nocturne it's the same sword as the show. They just have detailed shots more often. Gotcha. Coolish. I know very little about Castlevania lore. I know there's Dracula, Alucard, and the Belmont family, and that's it. Well, that's the gist. Those are the important parts. Yeah, they made Trevor juiced and Richter, but skipped Simon. Disgraceful. Indeed. As for the games, it would have been hard to get a truly faithful cosplay since all you got is small square icons for the swords outside of the Alucard sword appearing the key art. Very true, very true. I mean, but wouldn't it be so cool to get the cloak that changes color, though? Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. I thought of the foam thing. Doran says, here's what you gotta do. Make the sword out of lightweight foam. Fill it with helium so it floats. Then you can do the floating sword unsheath thing that he does. Making it out of foam was definitely an option that I considered, but I didn't think of the helium thing. That's kind of genius. A cloak with LEDs on the inside? Yeah, that could work. Alright, but it's been fun. I'm really glad that you guys enjoy the cosplay. I'm very happy to hear that. I guess I'll ask one last question. So I have been desperately trying to get my hair to do the foopies, I don't know what to call them, that his hair does for a while. And every method has failed. I have tried no product. I've tried hairspray. I have tried mousse. I have tried hair glue. Yeah, this is the glue. I think this is the best, though. In the little, I mean, I can put it back to the big camera. So the glue is like the best it's been, but even this is like not much. So, do you think it's good enough, or is it like, nah, like you really need to try and hone that in more? Try doing the semi-transparent cloak from the game. That would be a challenge. Oh man, I don't know if I remember the semi-transparent one. I know there were so many of them, but I don't know if I remember that one. This one is working. I think it's fine. That's good to hear. He also has the, like, what is that called? The little, like, curly Q. Yeah, he has that, but I ain't attempting that. That's gonna be too hard. Simon is so dedicated to beating up Dracula that he resurrected just to put him back in the ground. Amazing. I don't think it's called a calic. It's called something in anime. It's a specific, like, anime thingy. Well, he does have that, too. I think he does have a Widow's Peak, but that's not the thing I'm mentioning. A hoge? I mean, that sounds more Japanese, but, like, I don't know if that's the right term. Documancer agrees. idiot hair. Yeah, I know that that's what, it's for. That is not a widow's peak. Is it a widow's peak when you, like, it kind of comes down in a little triangle here? Doesn't he have that? Maybe he doesn't. Go back. Alright. Kitty cat. Okay, we'll do one story in cosplay, and then we will, and then I will take it off and come back. All right, down with the textbooks and up with the comics. Overly Familiar by Marx. 350 words. I was born in hell, filth, one of the weakest breeds of demon, and hell never took kindly to weakness. My life was nothing but fire, pain, betrayal, and torture until I finally escaped. I didn't know what the humans would do if they discovered me, but I didn't survive this long by taking stupid chances. Besides, I'm used to hiding, watching, learning. And unlike demons, these humans aren't specifically looking for me. They don't know I exist. This structure is apparently a place where young humans learn. The weak are preyed upon here as well, but nothing as bad as I've suffered. Not that it makes their pain any less valid. I still didn't trust them, but I empathize with their weakness. But now, when the weather is at its hottest peak, there are no young humans here. The older humans who teach and scold them aren't here either, nor the food slaves, nor the cleaning servants. As I skitter down the hallways, my claws click-clacking across the floor are the only sounds. It's so quiet. Hell was never like this. Even when I hid, the screams of the damned kept me company, reminding me where I was. Even here, it was quiet like this before, but only for a few hours during the night. It had been days of silence. Weeks. I'm the only soul here. No noise, no fear, no pain, only peace. Only blissful silence. I'm not accustomed to this. I run and fly through the halls and corridors, looking for threats I need to hide from and finding none. Is this what freedom feels like? I stop, catching my breath. This is dangerous. If I get used to this feeling, then I'll get sloppy when they return. Were they returning? Maybe I'll be able to stay here forever, hunting down my food outside and then coming back to this gloriously empty place. Countless hiding places I no longer need. Just places to explore in peace. Peace. It's such an odd word. One I could never use unironically. But now, it's my life. For however long it lasts. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. I am sorry for this complaining kitty cat. She did not meow during my during my little speech, but that came at the price of her meowing during the first story, apparently. I apologize. FYI, if she had meowed at the exact right moment, like right after I finished the speech, then I would have done the animals humping the undergrowth thing. Oh. Thank you, the cheer, magistrate. I see this as Alucard as a different familiar. Nice. No fairies or demons this time. just kitties. Widow's Peak is about the hairline. Think Vegeta or Norman Osborn. I mean, can you send me a picture of Norman Osborn? Because, like, I can picture him. But I'm not picturing, like, his exact hairline. I don't know if it's Bella or Bo, and I love the irony. I was like, I know, it's supposed to be so quiet, but then there's a kitty meowing in the school halls. It's Bella. Here, I can show her to ya. It's a baby. That's a baby kitty. Arachnar says, I think this is probably my favorite of Marx's stories that I've read. Aw, awesome. And Marx indeed says, aw, thank you. I really thought I'd be able to put this back on, but I need my fingies to be able to use the mouse. Like, I guess these were advertised as, like, touchscreen gloves, and the reviews were, like, very hit or miss. The reviews are like, no, they're not. And then another review would be like, that other reviewer said they totally weren't, but they are. And my review is that it's both. That, like, let's see if I can get you to get it somewhere where you can see it. Can you please go where I want you to go in the first place? Mouse. There you go. Yeah, so do you see how, like, jerky the mouse is? So, like, yeah, it can move the mouse a little bit, but it doesn't move it great. Gotcha. There's Norman Osborn. Well, let me go back. Okay, yeah, so, like, Alucard's hair does, like, separate into two, but it's not in that kind of hairline. Gotcha. Alright, Yuru. I greatly enjoyed this story as well. I do. So, I don't know, like, I've never really talked about this before, but, like, there are some stories like this one where it's like, if I was not doing a show, basically, if I was just reading this, I mean, I don't know. Well, we'll see as we talk about it, but, it's really good, and, like, the critiques aren't really a big deal, and so, like, in some sense, it's like, is it worth critiquing because it's just, you know, a good story? But also, I want stuff to talk about. I want to talk during the stream, and so, even if it's just like, that word I'm unsure about is something to discuss, at least, you know? I don't know if it's annoying when when you see a story and you're like, this is fantabulous, and here I am like, but that besides though, you know? Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Alright, but yes, nitpick stream. Yes, I think it's really good, really well done. I think this, and of course, like, newcomers can answer this better, but I think that it works really well if you don't know the universe, that it's just like, yep, this is a story about a demon escaping hell and escaping into a school, and it's out for summer vacation. And I think that works very well. Marx, bring on the nitpicking. I can take it. Nice. Let's see. I guess I'll start with one of my, like, overall critiques, which is that I kind of feel, so I like I said, I like what's here, I think it's really good, but I kind of feel like the contrast is not stark enough, because, like, she starts the story with, my life was nothing but pain and fire, pain, fire, betrayal, and torture, and then, let's see, are there any lines that, like, directly compare them? Well, I'll talk about these, the people suffering later. Oh, yeah, so, like, this part where it's like, it's so quiet, hell was never like this, even when I hid the screams of the damned kept me company, reminding me where I was. It's like, well, yeah, like, saying hell was never like this is a massive understatement, especially when it's followed with the screams of the damned kept me company. And so I feel like it's like, what? Like, no fire? No people, like, attacking and killing and hurting each other? Like, there's just, like, I mean, sure, bullies punch people sometimes, but, like, that's it? and like, they just sit quietly and learn stuff? So, of course, like, there's kind of an element where, in order to do a stronger compare-contrast, you would have to take words away from other things, and yeah, that could be a detriment in some places. But I do think that, I don't know, creating some stronger compare contrast of like, oh my gosh, like, my lullaby was the screams of the damned, and it never stopped. And not only is this, like, 20% of that, not only is this, like, less screaming, this is no screaming. Like, that is a huge deal. And then, yeah, because I guess, like, the summary of it is, like, it starts with, like, my life is nothing but a fire, pain, betrayal, and torture until I finally escaped. And then, like, I just lost how I was gonna phrase it. Hold on. And then, like, her overall attitude is kind of like, huh, interesting. This is a little weird. This is a little quiet. And it's like, you would be completely mind blown. You'd be like, why am I not hearing anything? What is this silence? What is happening? You know? But anyways. And then the besides, though. The besides, I guess it's another compare contrast thing. The besides kind of sets up like it's gonna be different, that, you know, being used to hiding is different than I didn't survive this long by taking stupid chances, but being used to hiding is like part of why you didn't take stupid chances, you know, what you did to avoid stupid chances, like that kind of thing. And so I think just saying I'm used to hiding would work a bit better. I do think it's interesting that the demon specifically looked for her, that it wasn't just like, oh yeah, she's just like a little filth demon and like, sure, we'll bully her. It was like they specifically wanted to go at her. That's very interesting. I do like the cadence of like hiding and then new paragraph watching, new paragraph learning. I think that's cool, and that does that thing where it like gives you the feeling of quietly sitting, waiting, watching, and learning within the writing of the story itself. I do like the note that the weak are preyed upon here as well. I think that's a neat little thing there. I do think that not that it makes their pain any less valid is a little bit odd. Because that feels like something that humans would think, but not really something that a demon would care about, especially Mara. And we'll talk about that in a sec. But, yeah, so it feels weird to be like, I'm from hell, like the most horrible place of the universe, the screams of the damned were my lullaby. Your pain is valid, though, Sandra. You know, it just feels a little incongruous. And, like, I don't know, because I know that I have, like, you know, you're very aware that I am a very emotional person and reader, and there are times where I can be sensitive to, like, your stories, and especially Mara and something like this. So I don't know if you had that in there, like, for me. You're like, oh no, like, is Kaylee gonna get offended by this? By just Mara being like, nothing as bad as I've suffered. No, like, that makes perfect sense, especially for her, like, pretty soon after getting out of hell, like, yeah, like, the weak are preyed upon here, but nothing as bad as that I've suffered. Even that, like, is fine by itself, because even, like, that creates a little bit of empathy of, like, hey, I noticed that the weak are preyed upon, like, it's possible, like, she didn't have to notice that, and so the fact that she noticed in the first place, has some care to it, you know, and, but, you know, you can also still keep the I empathize with their weakness to just make it clear, just take out that middle part and you're good. But, like, it's objectively a fact that some school kids have not suffered as much as she has. And so it's not her being, like, arrogant and, like, my suffering is more suffering than your suffering. It's just, like, literally, I suffered worse than you. And then, so the empathize with their weakness thing. I do really like that line and that idea. How do I want to phrase it? So I really like the line. I really like the idea. My critique for it is it doesn't sound like something Mara would say, even in her head. That, like, I know because you have, like, said in, like, critique group and stuff that she doesn't want to be weak, but I think you've said, like, she doesn't want to be weak, but she empathizes with weakness and, like, doesn't really want to admit that she empathizes with weakness. And so it seems a little strange for her in first person to admit that she does that. I like it, and I like the idea, and it's very endearing and adds some, like, meaning and transcendence here beyond what was already there. Yet, at the same time, it's like, two of these things are oddly, like, kind and empathetic for Mara, and, like, not just for Mara, but for, like, fresh out of hell Mara. Alright, and, like, you know, you guys can say, but I feel like the Nothing as Bad as I've Suffered, even if you don't know Mara, I think that most new readers would still probably be like, yeah, sounds accurate. I love the summer theme. I did not ask for a summer theme, but I think at least, like, 3 of you did summer-themed stories, and that made me happy. Really like that. And then I'll talk about the food slave stuff when I answer your questions. Really love this image. This is probably my favorite image of the piece. I'm sad that cat meowing kind of ruined it, maybe. But it's such a striking image. It's amazing because it's just like a little sound. It's just saying that the claws are click-clacking, but just that sound image is so striking that I can really imagine it super well. And I can totally imagine, like, the whole empty school. Like, I've popped by, you know, my high school during the summer before, and it is kind of nice, just like, ooh, wow, like, nobody's here. I don't have to, like, shove my way through the hallways, and I don't have to rush to class. It's kind of nice. It's a good feeling. I do like the screams of the Dan kept me company. I think it's a very striking image, and I guess that's part of why the critique that I have comes up, because it's such a strong image that I want it to have its full impact, that I really want it to come through strong. Oh, I just remembered that I wanted to ask you something about my cosplay, so don't let me forget before I take it off. Everyone, not just specifically Marx. I like this stuff too. I think that's great. I wonder if it would be better, I don't know, because, like, this kind of sets up the piece at the end, but it also kind of reveals the climax, and so I'm not sure if I want to advise using a different word than peace here, or if it's good that you used peace here. Hi! Hello, other cats. You're very cute. Yeah, your sister's on the throne. Yes, she is. Can you please not sneeze on my cosplay if I pick you up? There's Kitty. There he is. There he is. Yes, yes, yes. Baby boo. Snuggle. Do you want your box? Let me get your box. I've shown you guys the box, right? In my head. I don't know why this particular box, like, I've given them cardboard boxes before and they kind of ignore them. But this one, like, with the hole on top, they're like, this is our box and we love it. Well, kitty, where'd you go? Well, he decided he was hungry instead. Alright. I don't think I caught Fly on my first read because I was like, she's in little dragon form, right? But like, yeah, I mean, you did have claws. I guess that was the other clue. So I think that's a nice clue. I am wondering if newcomers, what did you think she was? What did you think she looked like? Did you think she was like a little imp creature? Did you know that she was a dragon, you know? And then, it's kind of interesting, because, like, I'm looking at I'm not accustomed to this stuff, because, like, yes, you are saying, like, this is weird, but I guess it maybe part of it is kind of, like, the telly nature of that, like, you're telling us she's not accustomed to this, but it's not shown as strongly in the story, and I want to see it shown. Come to think of it, maybe just going straight to, like, I run and fly through the halls and corridors looking for threats I need to hide from and finding none. I wonder if that itself would have been more impactful. I'm not sure. And then it's interesting that she finds this dangerous, that this is, like, the most peaceful, nice, wonderful place that she has ever been. And yet she sees a danger in that, because she could get used to it. And then, you know, be sent back to horror of horrors. And so she's like, this is great. And that's also a problem. That's also the danger of it. And then, like, that of course makes even more sense as to why, you know, when she gets bonded to Matt, she is like, yes, please. Make me stay. I don't want to go back. I like the question if they are returning. I feel like, you know, that's a very fair question. And I hate to think about what'll happen when they come back. And she's like, no! They came back! I like the ending about the peace. We did it! Thanks for all the support. 10 out of 10. What Twitch? What's the 10 out of 10? What's happening? It's not telling me. Okay. That seemed like a follower goal, so thank you. Thank you to the followers, even if that wasn't a follower goal, but yeah, so I like the mention that she only said peace ironically, you know, that she would scoff about peace and joke about it under her breath, but never actually say it realistically. Thank you for the subscription, Eddie. I don't know why, well, I was gonna say, I don't know why it says new subscriber. You're not new, because new subscriber is the only alert that I have. I wonder if there's a way to differentiate between the new subscribers and returning subscribers and get a new alert for that. And then it's interesting that now it's my life for however long it lasts, that could refer to, like, for however long the peace lasts, or however long my life lasts. And I think that works really well. My other, okay, this is another praise. I do think that this is a really great prompt use, like, she has the whole school to herself, and she's alone, and she is incredibly happy about it. That works perfectly. My other overall critique for the piece, which is very similar to what I was saying about the empathize with their weakness, but more of an overall thing, which is that this is absolutely Mara's story and everything that happens to Mara. But it doesn't sound like Mara's voice to me. And I guess this is kind of a combination of, like, the empathize with their weakness thing, the compare-contrast thing, and this all comes together to go, this doesn't really seem like her voice from what I've read of her. And I kind of wanted to, like, try and see, like, if I were to try and write this story and specifically try to use her voice, how would I write it differently? I didn't get around to trying that out. But, like, let's see if I can think of anything off the top of my head. Kitty cat? Oh, you going back in the corner? Oh, you want the throne, I know. I know. Also, I cannot read that I was born in hell without reading that in Charlie's voice. Alright, but... I guess, like, I don't know if this is gonna be the greatest example, but just trying something out. So, like, I didn't know what the humans would do if they discovered me, versus something like that. If the humans discovered me, well, they might flay me, they might burn me alive, they might try to exorcise me, but I'd take that chance, you know, something like that. I feel like that sounds a little bit more like how she would say that. And I guess even just like I hate to empathize with their weakness would probably sound a little bit more like her. But yeah. I was born in hell is a really big hook. You're right. That is a really good hook. Oh yeah, so then for the questions. So, and I didn't read these at the beginning. Toast medium questions. I know, School's Out for Summer and School's Out Forever are right there as titles, but I love a goofy movie, alright? I couldn't help myself. It did this work as a title, though. So, I have not seen the Goofy movie. I have only heard good things about it, but I've yet to see it. So, I don't want to say the title is bad, but it didn't really work for me personally. And I don't know if that's because I haven't watched the movie or if it's just like people who have watched the movie would have the same issues. But it did not read to me like, yes, textbooks. This story's about a school. It very much read to me like something comic related was going to happen. That like either she was gonna literally find comics somewhere or something would happen that's like comic book XX-esque. That, like, I don't know, some sort of fight happens that's like a superhero fight kind of thing. And I understand now that what it means is just, like, down with the textbooks, up with the comics. I think that means, like, just literally, oh yeah, like, I'm in the library down on the first floor with the textbooks, and I'm up on the 5th floor of the library with the comics. Big library. But I actually kind of took it as, like, down with the textbooks. No, bad textbooks. Up with the comics. Yay, comics. And so I was like, okay, so that was my other thought, is like, okay, textbooks bad, comics good. Wonder how that's gonna factor in here. And then I got to the end and I was like, it did not factor in. So, you know, especially folks who have watched a Goofy movie, what did you think of it? Did it work for you? Did you have the same problems that I had or different problems that I had? I feel like having a, like, I don't know, it kind of depends. I feel like having a not as great or not as easy to understand title is a less grievous sin, than other sins that you could commit in your story. But then again, a title could give a much more wrong impression than I got, and so if the title gives you a super duper wrong impression, then that would be pretty grievous. So I'll say it could be more grievous. Like, this wasn't too bad. Textbooks do feature, but it did kind of give me the wrong impression. That makes sense. Oh yeah, okay, this is actually where I wrote down that Mara critique. So the food slaves thing. Oh yeah, I should read your actual quote. Is food slaves as funny to anyone else? I was trying to play around with alien perspective a little, and when I thought of how Mara would see lunch staff and janitors, it's what came to mind. So I like it, but I have two thoughts about it. One is, I don't know if she has lived in hell her whole life, how and why she would differentiate between slaves and servants. I don't know why they wouldn't both just be the food slaves and the cleaning slaves. I don't know why she's like, that one, That one doesn't want to be here and is just like being forced into servitude. This one is being paid for their work, you know, or whoever she differentiates. Like, it seems strange that hell would have like a hierarchy of like, no. These are the slaves and these are the servants. They are compensated, you know? And then the other thing about it is that it's kind of the only Mara-ism in the story. And so I totally agree with you that, like, Mara has this alien perspective. And so I think that's great to use stuff like that. Of, like, I don't know the word lunch lady, so, like, food slaves, you know? But it's kind of the only, like, strange alien perspective word thing there. Like, the rest of it is kind of like, yeah, this is where young humans learn. Yeah, like, even though she's not using the word school, she is using very familiar words. And so I don't know exactly, like, what other strange words and Mara-isms she would use throughout the story, but, I do think that would improve, that would help overall, is to have more little Mara-isms in there. I don't know if it could be kind of one of those things. I don't know if this would be cheesy or if this would be one of those things, kind of that thing where, like, she looks at the sign at the front and is like, shul, you know, kind of thing. And then Marx asks, any glaring questions or plot holes? I don't think so. Like, even my critiques are really not that big a deal and don't make the story bad or anything like that. But if you guys saw any glaring questions or plot holes, please feel free to say what they are. Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate and Ghoulish, if I didn't say so before. I'm not sure about that word. You keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. Exactly. I don't think it means what you think it means. Fane Fire. Prompt 246, a different kind of hell. That's a pretty good one. You should keep that. Norman, now I want a story where hell is just school. Oh my gosh, like, that, wouldn't that be interesting? Instead of Mara being a little dragon at the school, Mara was like forced to be a student at the school, and it was like, hell, this, you know? Our hell is an office, in fact. What is this? There's motivational posters everywhere. She's been at the school for a while at this point. She was definitely more reactive when she first arrived. Gotcha. Oh gosh. Imagine hell is just a cubicle. Not cubicles. A singular cubicle. That would be some not so pleasant loneliness. Cube 4, we are hiring. Oh my gosh. Do it for her, image of Lilith. Mark's not gonna lie, the empathize line was totally there to err on the safe side. Very fair, very fair. English can confirm about the empty halls during summer, except my school was having asbestos taken out of the ceiling and walls in the front office. Wow, this would be such a nice empty place if it weren't for all the asbestos. That makes me think of, I think it was from, like, Etymology Nerd, that it was a while ago, so I don't know how easy to be to find. And I forget, like, what the overall concept was, but it's kind of this idea of, like, if you advertise your cereal as asbestos-free, then people will be like, okay, now this makes me think there's asbestos in there. Because that's not something that you usually need to advertise on your cereal. I think he was talking about, like, specificity and stuff like that, and how, like, not everything needs to be mentioned with something like that. You don't have to mention all the things that are not in your cereal. because there are a lot of things that people don't expect to be in your cereal. I mean, I know it's called the Royal You. I don't know, I was just being silly. I would just say Alucard is much more emotive and pet-friendly than I remember. You think he's not pet-friendly? I mean, I don't think we've seen him interact with animals that much, unless, of course, there's something in Nocturne. But I would doubt that he would be not into pets. But, you know, the friendliness is fair. You want me to do the whole stream, like, hello everyone, this is the stream for today. Ghoulish Misfit says, but yes, I believe that was the summer. I tried to learn coding, and then my brain went, nah, we ain't doing this. Yes, dear, I relate. Mark says, I think I hear it in Bane's, even though he was born in the darkness. Nice. What must be rectified? Oh, the Goofy movie, the what is that I haven't seen, the Goofy movie. Fair. Documancer, I didn't even think of the Goofy movie. Oh, that's the ad break. I don't think I even noticed that the ad break was happening. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna commit a murder today. Factually accurate, but awfully sus. Things I will not be doing today. Murder, arson, heroin, other versions of breaking the law. Well, now it sounds like you're actually gonna do every single one of those things. I'll wait. I'll wait until the ad is over. Oh, I didn't have anything really prepped to talk about during the breaks. I was gonna get the Switch up here, but all that time was spent, you know, getting this ready instead. The hair glue smells strangely good. I don't know why it smells so good, and if it's like they just pumped good smells in there because otherwise it would smell horrid. But it smells good. Documancer says, I was thinking of the phrase, down with the X, up with the Y is a common phrase for me. Marx, your take is correct. It's because it's summertime, no more textbooks, yay comics. Oh, I don't know if Marx is saying Documancers are mine. That is fair if it is a common thing, like, but I'm trying to think if I've really heard that commonly. Yeah, I don't think, like, I can believe that that's a common idiom, but I don't think it's been common in my particular circles. Because I think of, like, you know, down with the empire or down with the sickness, you know, sort of thing. But yeah, I honestly, even recognizing what it was supposed to mean, I still did not catch that it was meant to be, it's summertime, no more textbooks, yay comics. I think maybe it's just simply because, like, well, Mara isn't going to be reading the comics, and, like, I totally get that it's, like, it's metaphorical, like, she's not reading the textbooks or the comics, it's just, like, everybody would be excited for summer because you don't have to do the textbooks anymore, now you can read fun stuff, and with Mara, it's like, yeah, now she doesn't have to worry about people around every corner, and she's happy about the summer and stuff like that. So I do get the meaning there. I guess for me it was just a little too specific to get there. Food slaves did give me a chuckle, the magistrate said. Marx, I honestly don't know why I said slaves and servants. That's just what my brain did. Fair enough. Mako, Matt, they aren't slaves. They're employees. Mara, what's the difference? I saw you at the convenience store, and you seemed like a slave. Are they not the same? Sir, the slaves have... Gets glared at. Sigh. The prisoners with jobs. Why does it smell like sweat, bad breath, and insecurities? It's like when ice cream says made with real milk. Like, what's it normally made out of? Fake milk? Exactly. Marked, I don't know. Hell could absolutely smell like that. You know, that's fair. Alrighty, room. Thank you so much for submitting, Marx. Alright. I don't know, I was much hotter in this earlier. Now I'm feeling a bit better with it, but it's probably still a good idea to take it off. I don't know. I'm trying to decide. I don't know if I should try and last till the break and see what happens if I do that, but I don't want to, you know, make myself be too hot for too long. That song is how I know how to pronounce quinoa. Someone said, you say keen, and then that sound at the beginning of Down with the Sickness. Nice. Yeah, I think I actually, yeah. Let's take a pause, and I'll take it off, but I don't know. I wish that I could, like, take the computer with me places. I mean, I guess I could, like, try to take it with me to, into the bathroom and, like, see if it messes everything up, but that is the fear, because there's a lot of cords attached to it. And so it can survive being off battery for a sec, but yeah. Alright. Oh, yeah, okay. You know what? I'll see if I can take you guys into the bathroom with me, and there I will ask my question. Okay, let's put you on the standby as I get it all ready. All right. Do you live? Say butterfly. If what? Oh crap. Okay, we're gonna have to make this fast. Actually, we're gonna have to do this real fast because I have learned something that I didn't want to learn. Butterfly. Oh crap. Okay. Camera time. Can you see me better? I can't even really see the I can't even really see what's going on in the thing that well. Hopefully this is a better view. But the question was that I think that he has like I don't know. Every time, because when I'm turned, I'm just like a blob. But I think that he has like the shirt tucked in, but I could also untuck it. Okay, well, I'm scared. Because the thing I discovered that I didn't want to know is that despite my battery cord being properly plugged in, the battery itself seems to not be plugged in, and so we are almost out of battery. Hold on. my good sir. Okay. We're in the bathroom to try and give you guys a better shot of the cosplay, because I don't think that this is a very good shot of it, but if you're asking that, it probably wasn't a very good shot either. It just looks neater tucked in. You vote for that? Gotcha. Yeah, I'll try and untuck it right now and see if you think anything different of it, but yeah, longer view in the mirror. But that's like, ugh. See, this is the problem. Then you can't see very well. But that's what it looks like untucked. And granted, like, you can see the belts a lot better on the white shirt. But yeah, that makes me feel like I need to go back into the bathroom after all to show you. But yeah, do you like tucked or untucked? Figure out the bathroom. Oh. And then everyone on my my private server said that they liked this waviness. Do you like this waviness? Do you think it's wavy enough? I know that, like, Alucard just has a little bit of his hair up front, but my hair don't really do that. My hair doesn't stay like this very well. Alright. Mark says, I think tucked. Waviness is good. Good to hear. Okay, actually I need to go back to the standby. Alright, give me a sec to take it off and then we'll be back. I have returned. That was fun. Thank you for humoring me. Waviness for the win, says Marx. Starts dancing like a confused bird. I don't know where we are, but I'm dancing. Oh, hi, Sam Weller. You just missed the cosplay. You'll have to let me know what you think about it when you go back in the recording. Alright. Let us go on to Makokam story. Find me in the Alps. Chronicles of the Dragon. Jonathan. By Makokam. 336 words. The sun shone on the snow, making it sparkle like diamonds under the clear blue sky. The stone of the mountain stood out starkly in black and gray. The freezing temperature was brisk, thrilling even. And Jonathan rose, smiled into the sky, wondering why it had taken him so long to find a place like this. This place was quiet, only the wind and the occasional cry of an eagle. He leapt from peak to peak with ease and abandon, flipping and wheeling through the air, luxuriating in the peace and freedom of movement. He might as well have been weightless, the spirit of the wind. But best of all, there were no people. He hadn't seen another person in over a week, hadn't heard one in almost as long. The last sign of humanity he'd seen had been a distant airplane 3 days ago. It had been a struggle, but he'd turned and run the other way instead of hunting it down. As much as he enjoyed the solitude, the complete absence of humans, there was a bit of fear of moving too far in one direction. There were people out there, but not here. No, not here. And it was the best. He had almost been able to sleep last night. It was almost laughably easy to resist the urges, the intrusive thoughts, the voice whispering in his mind when there were no people around to kill. Kill them all. All who? There was no one here. He fell backwards, laughing, and slid for minutes. Nothing but an occasional rabbit and marmots, a scattering of deer, or goats, whatever they were. It was surely the longest he'd gone without killing someone in years. He almost felt like himself again. He alighted the highest peak for miles and whooped into the sky at the top of his lungs. He cartwheeled down the slope, stopping and sliding, experiencing joy in a way he hadn't in over half his... Hey, what are you doing out here? Jonathan's mind snapped into focus. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Wait, why does your hair look wavier now? No clue. Looks good, though. My guess would be because I was trying to, you know, put part of it back, you know, for the cosplay. But now it's just all of it up front. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Alrighty-roo. I didn't accidentally, like, delete something here, did I? This was your comma, right? Alrighty-roo. So, Mega, do you want to post the video that inspired the title? All who? I think you mean all whom. This is a joke. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong anyways. Fair enough. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Well, whom is when it's a direct object, right? Who is when it's a subject, and whom is the object. So, I don't know. Because it's like, yeah, it'll kill them all. That would be the direct object, right? And so I guess it would be whom, wouldn't it? I can't really see, but I think it's fine. What are you trying to see? When you could also plausibly use him, if I remember correctly. All him? I'm not sure I get your meaning there. Alright, I thought that this was a good story as well. Marx pointed out in his review that he thinks this is the happiest that we've seen Jonathan, and when I read the story, like, that didn't first compute, and then I saw that review and I was like, oh no, it's true and it's sad. It's sad. This is only happiness. I can't really see, but I think it's fine, the comma. No, it's just like this whole paragraph is ending on a comma here. And so that when I'm commenting, sometimes I will accidentally end up deleting things. And I don't think I've ever full on, like, goodness, full on left it deleted. But seeing that made me think I may have left something deleted. Alright. Great setting here. And I like that we start with, like, settings, like, this thing happens in the setting, this thing happens in the setting, this thing this thing happens in the setting, and here's our main character, and here's our person who's doing something within the setting. I think that works really well. And then we add meaning to the place that, it's, not only is it a cool place, but why is it taking him so long, you know? Hang on just a sec. All right. I'm trying to decide, like, this is definitely one of those nitpicky critiques that doesn't really matter. I'm trying to decide if it feels like, you know, a lot of the same stuff, right? That he's, like, you know, flipping and wheeling through the air at the beginning, and then, like, flipping and wheeling from through the air at the end. And I do wonder if the piece would be even more dynamic than it already is if you had him doing, like, a couple of different things. But, you know, then again, hopping from mountains is pretty crazy, and again, we have never really seen him like this. So, you know, it works as is. I am curious for newcomers, if you felt like you could understand the story, especially were you kind of going like, what do you mean this has been the longest since he'd killed someone? Like, what's going on here, bud? And do you feel like the explanation that you were given sufficed, or were you still left wanting more explanation of that? And it is sad that it's like, first of all, there are no people. Not because I dislike people, but because I have urges to kill them. Like, that's so much sadder than just someone who is a loner and who doesn't like people, you know, being out there and happy. Also, when you talk about it being a struggle not to go after the airplane, it makes me get this image of Jonathan doing this in the... I mean, I guess I can show you. Doing this, but with an airplane. Instead of just a person, it's a whole airplane. Oh, what are we manning about? So I like both the thoughts in this paragraph, but I kind of feel like they should be separated into different paragraphs because they are they're different thoughts. They both work well, but I think they're confusing together. Because as far as I understand it, this thought is like, if I move too far in one direction, I'm gonna hit people, you know? It's gonna stop being mountains and start being cities, you know? Or be mountain cities, you know? And then this thought of like, there are people out there, but not here, no, not here, and it was the best. Like, I really like that it was the best. Like, that is a great thing. And hey, like, that sounds like the voice of the character, like you were talking about before. And so I like that a lot, but the problem is that, like I said, because this makes me think, okay, if I move too far in one direction, I'm gonna hit people. This seems to coincide with that and go like, yes, there were people out there. And so it sounds like you're gonna keep going along that train and go, there are people out there, and he had to make sure that he didn't get too close to them, or something like that. But instead, it's a totally new and different thought of, but not here, no, not here, and it was the best. And so I feel like that little bit of confusion of thinking that this is going to go with this makes this less powerful. Because it kind of, like, I'll see if I can read it how I end up stumbling over it, because I would kind of stumble over it like, there's a bit of fear of moving too far in one direction. There are people out there, but not here. No, not here. And it was the best. You know, then I'm like, oh, this is a good thought. We're talking about something different here, you know? So I think just doing this and going like, all right, we can't move too far in one direction. New thought. There are people out there, but not here. And I think that would work really well. I think this is really powerful if you know Jonathan. I'm curious if it's powerful if you don't, but knowing that Jonathan never sleeps and doesn't have to sleep, that him almost being able to sleep is like, oh my gosh, that is a pretty big deal, that like the voices have quieted so much that they are not keeping you up. And then I do like the idea of like, yeah, like the voices are trying to tell him to kill people, and then it's like, kill who? A nitpicky thing, I do think that having this on its own paragraph would be better. It's something like that it's like, it's because it's a call and response, you know, kill them all. All who? Because as is, it kind of reads as all one thought, like, kill them all who? You know? I like the animals. It's interesting that the voices do not apply to animals, that he's not like, I gotta kill something, even if it's a goat. It's just like, no, they're all safe. So this line to me ends up reading a little strange because it kind of reads as like, what the heck is a person doing out here? And like, sure, yeah, it's strange to find someone, you know, in the middle of the Alps, but then again, people do go mountaineering, and so like, if you're out here, there can be other people out here that it's like, what are you doing out here? Like, the same thing you're doing out here, climbing a mountain, you know? Climbing a mountain, traversing a glacier. And so, like, so I think, like, something like, even just like, what are you doing up here, man? Would add some casualness to that line. Phrasing it as something like he's talking to his party and is like, what's another person doing out here? Or, hey, there's a guy up here. I think that would work better, because instead of being like, what the heck? Like, me mountain climbing, finding a person on the mountain? What are you doing? And instead it would just be like, hey guys, there's somebody up here, you know, kind of thing. And then this does definitely give the impression of like, yeah, people have been found, the murder has been found, the murder must be committed, kind of thing. So let's see. A couple of big questions. So Mako did tell me that he actually wanted it to be the Himalayas, but because he wanted to do this title, based on the thing that I think he shared, he made it the Alps. And so I'm super curious, like, I know some level of info about both the Alps and the Himalayas from, like, traveler YouTubers that I've watched, but, you know, not a whole lot. And so my thought is, like, it doesn't really change much. Like, there's still mountains for him to jump across, and he's, like, super powerful. And so even if the distance is bigger in the Himalayas, I still believe he could jump it. But I think that, like, as far as I know, the Alps, the danger is more crossing those glaciers. And in the Himalayas, the danger is more mountain big. The mountains are much bigger than the Alps. And, like, yeah, if you climb Everest, you might not come back. And so I'm curious if you guys have more knowledge on the different mountain ranges, and if you're like, no, like, this would be totally different if it was in the Himalayas. And then the other big question that I want to ask you guys is, let's see. This is kind of a personal thing that I have, you know, with Jonathan, but I want to hear what other folks in the chat think. So for me, let's see, how do I describe this? Actually, let me start with something else before I talk about that. Well, I will need to wait for you guys to respond to it. So, okay, maybe I will talk about it and then talk about the other thing. So Jonathan is either, like, the main character of Chronicles of the Dragon, or he's kind of like, how to describe it, like the hole in Chronicles of the Dragon, that you have all of these other characters, and, like, this person is important in their lives, and this character and this person is important in their lives, and so if you learn all their stories before you actually read about Jonathan, then he's kind of like the hole in the story that ties everything together that needs to be filled in, that kind of thing. And so he's the heart of the story, I think, would be the easier way to say that. Whether or not he's the viewpoint character, he is the heart of the story. And so we are supposed to like him, he isn't supposed to be like this horrible, terrifying villain that we all hate and want to see defeated. He's supposed to be a character that we all like and we all empathize with, at least on some level. And, but he is a mass murderer, and he does, and it's not a sense of like, yes, I was a villain once, I did do a mass murder once, but I'm trying to be better now. no, he's actively doing it very regularly throughout the story. And so for me, that is kind of a bar to entry. That can make it very difficult to empathize and like him. And so to me, it needs to be abundantly clear that he is fighting the urges, that he is doing everything in his power to not kill people, or to be very judicious in the people that he kills. And I think that is what Mako is trying to do here. And so this is one of those things that could throw a wrench into that, because, let's see if I can find the line. So, like, this line here, like, it was surely the longest he'd gone without killing someone in years. He almost felt like himself again. Especially that first bit. That, to me, put something in my mind that's kind of like, okay, I understand if you don't want to live alone in the Alps because that kind of sucks. But, like, how do I phrase this? Like, you going out and basically being a serial murderer is a big deal. And so you making the sacrifice of living out there in the Alps so that you're not actively killing people, or you are actively killing a lot less people than you would be if you're in the cities, feels like a sacrifice that you should make. That if you care about people, if you really don't want to be this killer, and if you want to be a sympathetic character, this is one of the things that you should be doing to mitigate the death. like I said, you need to be trying to do everything you can to mitigate it. And so it feels like his summer home and his winter home should be far away from people, whether that be in the Alps or the desert or wherever. And so, like I said, I totally get not wanting to be alone forever, and so I totally understand him, like, needing human interaction, needing friends and stuff like that. But I feel like he could spend more time in these places than he does. And like, again, like, if he cares about not killing people, I feel like he should. Now, there is a potential way around this, and I think this might have been what Mako was trying to do here, which is that a way around this could be that the minute, like, when he's in this, state, when he's, at his summer home in the Alps, the minute he sees another human being, they are dead. Like, it doesn't matter if his sister came to see him, it doesn't matter if his girlfriend came to see him. If they come to see him in his house in the Alps, they're dead. And I do know that he is, at least tries to be judicious about the people he kills. He does try to kill, the bad guys, the villains, and stuff like that. And you can't exactly do that if you're killing the first person who you see after your alone time. And so that does kind of work, where it's like, okay, yes, it means that I'm ending up killing more people because I don't have my summer home in the Alps, but it means that I'm able to be more judicious about the people that I'm killing, because if I have my summer home in the Alps, then a lot more innocents are dying, ultimately. But, like, maybe not a lot more people overall, but a lot more innocents. And I think that would work. I think that would be a way around that. So I'm curious if, like, what you guys think about all of that, and if you have any thoughts about that. So, yeah, what are your thoughts? And then I'll talk about the other thing I was going to talk about, which is kind of related. Which is that I am wondering, like I said, for the newcomers, did you get a good enough impression of why, like, what these urges are? Because that, to me is another important thing, that, like, he has voices in his head that are urging him to kill. I feel like that's something that is, not described a lot in these writing group stories, that it's often said, like, yeah, he does have these urges, but it's not really gone into depth. We don't really get to actually be in his head, except for stuff like I think it was the It's All in Your Head story, so probably. And so, like, I think this is good, but I think if I was a newcomer, I'd be like, why do you have urges, bud? Like, why do you have urges to kill people? And so, like, I don't know, like, because I don't think you can really explain in this story because Jonathan doesn't know why he has the urges. But I do wonder if it would help, this story would help newcomers to go more into that, and I guess it kind of goes back to, like, okay, there is a lot of time spent on him, like, hopping between the mountains, and that's fun, and it's great to see him happy, and granted, we see him happy less than we see the intrusive thoughts, so maybe that's a reason to keep it in the happy train. But I do wonder if maybe some of those more setting and action details would be worth removing to get some more words to talk about the voices and the urges, and just, you know, give at least a little more exposition summary about them. Though now that I'm thinking about it, you weren't even at, you did have 14 words, so I think you could have used those 14 words instead for describing more about the voices. It's funny because I saw the word count and I was like, why is it at 336? He usually gets to 350. And my first thought was like, did he run up against the character count? And then I was like, no, Mako has nitro, and also he has said many times that he pretty much never hits the character count when he looks, you know, when he uses the word counter. And then I realized your word count is 336 because you hit up against the character limit. My word count is 336 because I had to go to bed. We are not the same. So I do understand that probably a lot of my critiques on Mako's story, he's like, yep, that'd work well if I didn't have to go to bed. I would have probably thought of that if it wasn't 4 a.m. Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Why are we talking about State Farm and Liberty Mutual? Never trust those airplanes. The duplicate thing you commented on, didn't realize I'd done that. Oh, the, like, duplicate of, like, what he's doing. I don't think it's, like, any sort of direct duplicate. Like, let's see, so he's slipping and wheeling through the air, luxuriating in the ease and freedom of movement. He might as well have been weightless, the spirit of the wind. And then he fell backwards, laughing, and slid for miles. He alighted the highest peak for miles and whooped into the sky at the top of his lungs. He cartwheeled down the slope, stopping and sliding, experiencing joy in a way he hadn't in over half his... So yeah, like, it's all different, and like I said, this is quite nitpicky. It's not like you directly repeated anything. It's still all different and differently described. It's just very similar things are happening throughout the entire story, rather than, like, I guess maybe I would recommend, like, some sort of ramp up. Like, he starts at the top of a mountain and he looks across the world and he sees that there are no people and thinks on it. And then he slides down it, and then he gets some momentum and jumps up to the next one. So instead of it being like jumping and jumping the whole time, it's just, it would be one kind of motion of what he's doing throughout the whole story. I think that might have added some more impact. Erectar, I interpreted the too far in one direction as not ever seeing anyone again. Let's see, where was that? Oh, there is fear of never seeing anyone again? Was that the intention there, Mako? Yeah, that does work in a different way. This is my mountain. You got the deed. Marx, I assumed they recognized Jonathan. Like, there would be a stress on the U. You know, that's fair. That kind of depends on where this is in the story. But if this is at the point where Jonathan is well known, they could have recognized him and be like, what's the dragon doing here? Killing you, apparently. Norman, oh gee, I'm just imagining all those dead bodies on Everest weren't climbing accidents. If you murdered a mountain climber, who would ever know it was murder? Truth. And now Jonathan has a new way of, I mean, maybe you already thought of that, but now Jonathan has a way to murder and not be caught, is do it on a mountain. Marx, like, homeboy's just chilling on the mountain enjoying the peace, and then a mass murderer is just there. Yeah, that would be something if that was the intent. Or maybe Everest is littered with Jonathan's victims and everybody just assumes they're accidents. Well, see, the other thing is that he doesn't have to kill them on the mountain. That could just be where he keeps the corpses. Then again, he can just burn them. He doesn't need to keep the corpses anywhere. Gosh, I think Jonathan is more likely to run into someone in the Alps than in the Himalayas, because although there are people that have inhabited both for a long time, there's more habitable spaces in the Alps. That does make sense, for sure. Because, like, yeah, up the path to Everest, I don't think it's up Everest itself, but up the path to base camp, there are a lot of, like, tea houses and stuff like that. But I assume Jonathan is in the higher part that is above the tea houses and such, so it would be much harder to find anybody. I mean, they have to get helicopters to get people out, if and when they do get people out. So that does make sense that you're not really seeing anybody. The lens, the focal point, the man, the Jonathan. Even though Jonathan is basically a bomb that is continuously exploding. It's true. So I don't know, mass murder is pretty much an event horizon, morality-wise. I know way too much about historical atrocities to think otherwise. Yeah, that's super fair. That, like, for me, I might be like, okay, just telling me that this is a mass murderer character makes me dislike them or not want to like them. But there are some things that you could do that could make me like them or empathize. But that's a good point that for other people, and such as yourself, perhaps, you're just like, yeah, there's none of that. There's nothing you can do to make me empathize with them. Once I hit mass murder, I was out. So that is an interesting thing to consider. Marx, I do kind of like the idea of Jonathan killing indiscriminately if he's by himself too much. Fair. On the one hand, I may have exaggerated things a bit for the sale of the prompt. On the other hand, I like the idea that if he's fat enough from people, he can keep a clear head, but if someone does come to his attention, he just has a feral blackout. Gotcha, let's see. Oh, fair enough! I thought you were saying, like, you know, when he does enough killing, his spirit is bloated. His spirit is bloated with the murder. He's been fattened up from the murders. He can last a couple weeks in the wilderness. But yeah, so it does sound like that was your intent, that it's like, if he sees somebody in that state, that he has a feral blackout. That makes me feel so bad for that guy at the end, if that's the case. If it's just feral blackout time, yeah. Yeah, ooh, that would be an interesting story to do for Jonathan as well. I spent a month in Antarctica until I woke on a research ship and everyone was dead. I don't know if you're gonna hate me for making this comparison, but it makes me think of Morbius. That at the beginning of Morbius, that pretty much happens, that he doesn't realize that he's turned into a vampire and, like, everyone on the ship is dead, and then he sees himself on the video cameras and he's like, what? I did that! I was the monster! And, like, unironically, I do really like that scene. To be honest, unironically, I kind of like the movie. It's not, like, the best movie ever, but I don't find it as terrible as everybody says it is. Ragnar, you don't need to keep the corpses, but then how would he keep count? Does he want to keep count? Does he prefer to not know how many he's killed, or is he excited to keep a tally, or does keeping a tally keep him more sane? Mako, I'm sure the never seeing anyone would eventually start dragging on him, but it was supposed to be, I found 12 square miles of peopleless landscape, and if he's not careful, he could stumble onto a village or something. Gotcha, for the too far one direction thing, gotcha. I forgot I was saying that. I was gonna say, that did seem like 2 questions being answered. Ghoulish. This character is a mass murderer. Ugh. He likes hugs. Oh. But a lot of us do like hugs, though. I thought The Thing. What is The Thing? Do you mean The Thing is in the movie The Thing? The what have I done prompt? You could do the Antarctica ship? Yeah, totally. Marx, ooh, I'll keep submitting that then. Like, I was thinking of doing it about the scaring, but this new Antarctica idea has merit. I don't know why there's something funny about that phrasing. This new Antarctica idea, it has merit. Alright. Oh yeah, there's the, there's the Dragon Ball Z thing, but you can correct me if I'm not explaining it right, but the title is inspired by this Dragon Ball Z abridged clip where, like, earlier in the video it's censored, and then at the end of the video it's uncensored, but none of it's actually swearing. It's just stuff like "Find me in the Alps," and so that's one of them, which is great. You are on the dock today, Hellenic. Welcome. Blorbo thoughts as depicted by Tumblr. Yeah, exactly. CMLR, the almost feeling like himself bit makes it sound like Jonathan's addicted to murdering. You can make an addict trying to kick the habit very sympathetic. Yeah, that do you feel like that's an apt description, Mako? I feel like you could go for that angle. It's kind of hard because it's like, as far as I know, it is mainly the voices in his head are literally telling him to kill, and, like, they are so constant that it is unbearable. And, like, once he kills someone, they back off a little bit. And so it's not so much that he likes it, it's just, like, he wants to get rid of those horrible thoughts. But, then again, there have been times where you've wrote that he likes it. So, there's kind of a question there of, like, is it both? Is it both the voices and he's kind of addicted to it, you know? But, yes. This is strangely, Morbius is drastically unrelated. It ain't great, but man, the internet anti-hype was overblown. I know, right? Marx, I agree. I don't think every superhero movie needs to be amazing. Morbius is fine. Not like it's Madam Web or anything. I don't think I've seen Madam Web. English, I'm in the opinion that bad things can be enjoyable and good things can be unenjoyable. I love X-Men Origins Wolverine, but it's really bad. I've watched Schindler's List. It's a good movie, but it's uncomfortable a lot of the time. I'm totally with you there. I mean, I have not seen, I think I've seen X-Men Origins, but it's been a long time. I have not seen Schindler's List for that reason, that I'm like, I know that this is a good one, but, like, I'm too sensitive to handle that. But yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, that I think there are a lot of movies that are technically bad that I personally really like. Just, I don't know, I as a kid just had some taste that I was like, this one, I like this one. And then my parents would be like, why do you like that one? And I'm just like, this one. And so, yeah, I'm like that for a lot of things. And Morbius, I think, definitely falls into that category. Like, I think most people would agree, like, barring the anti-hype, I think most people would agree, yeah, not the best thing out there, but I kind of love it, though. The voices in his head are telling him to kill, so he's the superpowered Son of Sam. I don't think I've seen Son of Sam. Marx, I've watched The Godfather 1 and 2, and I'm still mad about it. Fair. Oh yeah, I think I told you guys a while ago that I really don't like The Shape of Water. Like, most people agree that it's a really good movie, and I think it won awards and everything, but I don't like it. Not enjoyable to me. um, let's see. This is another thing about Jonathan, so I'll save that. Schindler's List is heavy. It's a one-time watch just because of how tragic it is. Super fair. You only need to watch it once. Mm-hmm. No, Shape of Water was weird. Definitely not for everyone. Indeed. Alright. Here, let's let's see if I have any news from either the artist or the 3D printing guy. Okay, we have something. It looks like it might be working. Okay, actually, let's pause for a second so I can talk to my mom about this. Where's the ad? The ad's supposed to be here, isn't it? Let me make sure the ad comes before I talk to her. Sometimes I feel like waiting for the ads is like waiting at a bus station. Like, bus is supposed to be here at this time. You told me the bus was gonna be here. Where is it? Where's the horrible ad bus? There it is. There's the ad bus. Okay. There we go. All right. I may have a sword tomorrow, guys. I may have something. Yeah, and then we're talking about bad movies we love and good movies we don't love. Ghoulish, the Goonies is lackluster for me. Mako real. Marx, see, Goonies is cool with me, but my wife loves that movie. Documancer loved it, but loves campy movies. Ghoulish, I totally get it from a zeitgeist standpoint, but I think it wouldn't be as popular if it didn't come out during that time. That is an interesting thing about, like, certain movies and books and stuff like that, that sometimes the time that it came out in really impacts the love for it. Sword, 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 yes. I'll have to, like, send you guys pictures of the full cosplay and everything. Okay, but going back to story stuff. Documancer. The main thing about making a character relatable isn't the relatable part. Hear me out. It's about grounding the reader so the character makes sense enough to suspend disbelief enough to follow the character. I love the just like, hold on, let me cook. I'm surprised I haven't seen that in the first person before, that like it's always let him cook rather than like, wait, let me cook. I'm making you a succulent meal. I'm making you a succulent Chinese meal. Let me cook. So yeah, I would agree with that like your characters, there's a lot of focus on relatability, and the thing is that characters don't have to be relatable for you to like them. But there's also, like, different intricacies to that. Oh, I feel like maybe I should save this for the midstream question, because I feel like there's a lot of depth here. But, like, yeah, like, you can have a character who, like, depending on who the reader, the audience is, you can potentially have a character who's a murderer, and, like, hopefully your readers can't relate to that. But there will be other aspects of the character that either they can relate to or that they can enjoy watching. I mean, it kind of goes back to the, like, in fiction, being a murderer is a less bad sin than being annoying. That was a clunky way to say it. Being annoying is a worse sin than being a murderer in fiction, because being annoying makes the reader not want to read about you. And so I do think that's part of it, that the reader can hate the character but like reading about them. Sort of thing. But I think there's a little something more than just like, oh yeah, it needs to make enough sense to suspend disbelief. Apparently, disbelief has now been shortened to belief. The character makes sense enough to suspend disbelief enough to follow the character. Like, I think there's definitely an element of that where, like, yeah, if we don't believe this, then we're not gonna be with you and following the character. But there's other elements than just, like, I need to follow them, because I need to want to follow them, right? That, and in this sense, like, just being a mass murderer might make some readers be like, no, I don't want to follow you solely because of that. Like, I can suspend my disbelief. I just don't want to. I just do not want to follow you as the main character. And then, but then, you know, there's folks like myself who's like, okay, I can follow you, but I need a reason to follow you. You know, I need a reason to like you, a reason to care about your journey, you know, sort of thing. So I agree with you, but I think there's more to it. Mika says, the joy is a byproduct of where the voices are coming from, and also the voice source attempting positive reinforcement, endorphins and stuff. It's complicated. Crying. Fair. Yeah, and, like, it's hard because, like, Jonathan doesn't know where that, like, joy is coming from, and so he can't say, no, like, it's coming from him, not me. I guess, well, okay, I guess the thing that you can still do, and I apologize if you have done this and I'm forgetting, but the thing that you can do, make him hate the fact that he has joy about it, because it can be like, why am I feeling joy? Why am I happy about this? Like, ooh, yeah, exciting, that was kind of fun. Oh my gosh, why did I think that? You know, that, oh my gosh, why did I think that? That's what I need. That's what makes me go like, okay, I can be into this character. But if the character is just like, yeah, I'm into this, then I believe them. Like, and like, you've told me this before, but I forgot. And I think that's kind of an indication of like, when you just say that he enjoys it, at least for me, I believe him. I believe that he enjoys it, and I'm not thinking about, no, it's not his fault. And so if you emphasize, I don't want to enjoy it, I do, but I don't want to, then that's on him, you know, and that makes him more relatable, or more, I don't know if relatable is the right word, but more like empathetic. Go Shape of Water, I definitely understand you not liking. You know the things, you know me well. Um. Oh, interesting. Mr. Strangely. Jaws for me is the only movie that fully lives up to its history and hype. Not to say all other movies are bad, but so far this is the only movie where I fully understand why it was loved while loving it myself. Interesting. Marx, I'll eventually watch it out of morbid curiosity. Maybe you meant Schindler's List, but it seems like you meant Jaws. I didn't grow up with Goonies, so I don't have nostalgia for it. That's an aspect of the liking bad movies thing too, of nostalgia. Documancer. I didn't grow up with it, but it was on my generation's classic list, so I ended up enjoying it. So in that case, it's like your peers loved it, so they roped you in. That's kind of like how the Hobbit movies came out when I was in high school. And so many of my friends are huge Lord of the Rings fans. And so, like, I like the Lord of the Rings, but I'll watch it, like, once a year, once every 2 or 3 years. And it's pretty intense. And so I'm like, I'm good. I'm good for the rest of the year. And I've said before, I have not read the books. I really want to... I want to either read the books on stream or I want to do a book club with them and, like... find some way to like make content out of my reactions to the books, especially because I think that's going to help me read them. If it's like, I need to make a video about this, I think I'll do a better job of reading them. And, it'll be fun, hopefully, to see like my first reactions to things, as if I can find some way, whether it be on stream or me like reading a chapter and then recording my thoughts to it or whatever. But anyway, so... so, like, I like The Lord of the Rings, but I'm not a huge, fan of it. And, but my fans, my friends were huge fans of it. And so, when the Hobbit movies were coming out, they were so excited. And I think there was kind of an element of, like, yeah, we all agree, like, there's a lot of inaccuracies to the book in the movies. But we still were like, yay, Hobbit content. And because they were so into it, they got me into it. And so now, like, whenever I watch those movies, especially, like, the second one, it's, I'm always thinking of my friends and being like, oh, I remember how excited they were for it and us going to see it and stuff like that. And so, like, that's definitely a thing where it's like, if it was me, I'd be like, yeah, okay, fun movie. But because my friends all loved it, they got me into it. Yay, positive sword news. Prompt 246, yay, positive sword news. It's not about the relatability. Let me explain. I remember really liking Spaceballs. Or actually, I think even the most unrelatable character can work, but it must provide us with something to engage with. Sometimes that something might be utter distaste, but usually it's something else. It might be utter horror and distaste and disgust. Usually it's not, though. I just love that has the vibes of like a list of one, like instead of like, yeah, it might be relatability, it might be like you find them adorable, it might be like you feel some disgust, it might be utter horror and distaste. Instead of that, it's just like it might be the horror in the depths of your soul, and it might be anything other than that. But yeah, I ultimately I do agree with you that like even the most unrelatable character can totally work, and I do think your phrasing of as long as you have something to engage with is a great way to phrase that it's like you need a hook, you need something to engage with, whether that engagement be positive or negative, it needs to be something that makes me want to keep watching or keep reading. It's hard to figure out how to respond to that because I've literally written stories about him wanting to throw himself off a building over this, and like that's horrible, and like in the way that it should be, right? That like that is the relatability angle that I'm looking for sure. That it's like I care so much that that I'm willing, you know, to kill myself over it. Like for sure that helps a lot. I think the thing is, there's a couple things about that. One is that I still need it in the scenes about it, especially because the stories are so disjointed that, like, if you write 10 stories of him just saying, oh, I love this is so much fun, time to murder, and then you write one story where he's wanting to throw himself off a building, maybe for others that's enough to go like, oh yeah, he doesn't really enjoy it. But to me, I'll be sitting there squinting at the 10 other stories and going like, okay, like, I really feel for you, man, like, that's horrible, and, like, this gives me some love and empathy for you, absolutely. But you really seem to like it for 10 other stories, you know, like, that kind of thing. And so, like, if he really does hate it, it should be present every time it happens. That it shouldn't be like, yeah, whatever, happens. Or, like, yeah, that was so fun. It should be like, I still hate it, I hate that I enjoy it, like, pretty much every time it's happening. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. If you really are disgusted with yourself to your core every time you do this thing, you will be mad at yourself for doing this thing. And that will be, you know, very obvious. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, yeah, the other thing is that that's a little bit sullied by information that I have, which is that I know that the only reason that Jonathan is immortal and doesn't die is because he wants to live. And so, like, granted, we all want to live, and so it's super fair. And I think, like, even, like, very suicidal people do ultimately still want to live. And, like, that is a beautiful and terrifying thing about humanity. And so I do get that from that angle. But it does kind of add a little bit of silliness to it, because it means he doesn't actually want to die. It does mean that even in those moments, not only is he incapable of dying, it's not full, right? It's not really what he wants. And so it's not so far as to make it seem fake or anything. It's just like, like there is an element where I know, do you really want to? You know, is it really enough? That kind of thing. Because if you really wanted to, you would be, you know, that kind of thing. And that's a horrible thing to say and to think, but, and I don't know if other people are like, I can't believe you'd think that. I see things totally differently, but that's where my brain is. And like, I don't know, I don't want to sound like unsympathetic, you know, towards him or to anyone who is in like that state. Like that is a horrible place to be in, and you know, it's cliche, but like, please do get help, you know, if you're in that state. I'm very much specifically talking about like a specific character in a highly specific scenario. Norman talking about the murderer thing. I watched the whole thing yesterday about how Palpatine and why he's the most irredeemable and heinous villain, and people love Palpatine as a character. You know, that is a good point. Yeah, it's interesting, because there's like different layers, right? There's a layer of like, not okay with a dang thing this man does, but he's interesting to watch. There could be like, I hate them, and I'm kind of like hate watching. And like the utter disgust and stuff like that. I can't look away. It's so disgusting, but I can't look away. But it does, like, for Jonathan, for me, it comes down to, there's a difference between if Jonathan was meant to be a horrible villain, right? If he was meant to be a villain like Palpatine, none of these questions would be asked, none of these things would be problems. But he is the main character, or he's at least the heart of the story, and we're meant to love him. And so that's kind of an uphill battle when you have a mass murderer character, and not just a mass murderer character, but a character who's actively murdering very regularly within the story. And so, like, it's difficult. And so, like, none of this is saying that, like, you're a bad writer or you've written him poorly to this point or anything like that. This is just very much a difficult thing to do, and it's just something to like wrestle with his character and stuff like that. And like I said, like if this was in like the novel, like maybe that would work perfectly, because maybe I would just go, ah yes, he went to feral mode when somebody went by, and like that's why being alone doesn't really work, you know, kind of thing. It's just stuff to struggle with within the writing, you know, before it becomes a novel. Documancer, Lord of the Rings is background sound in this house. Wow. Ghoulish Fellowship is one of my top 5 favorite movies. Fair. Ragnar like Fellowship more than the others. Interesting. Mako, I like The Hobbit in general more than The Lord of the Rings. Fair. Mako, I couldn't even finish the second book. Remember that. This means war. My favorite of Tolkien stories is still The Tale of the Children of Hurin, but that's because I'm an edgelord. What is that in? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's funny. I have not finished The Silmarillion. That is another thing that I want to, like, actually record thoughts and reactions to. In that case, not just because I want to record my reactions, but because I want to, like, keep a notepad and write everyone's names down to make sure I know who is who. But to be honest, what little I read of the Silmarillion, I liked more. I think that at the moment it goes Silmarillion, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings for me, and that's probably a nuts thing to say. Oh no, I'm sorry to make you sad, Mako. That was not the intention there. So my sincerest apologies. There are Sauron is I don't know if king is the word, but Sauron is like the king of the werewolves, and I'm like, excuse me, what? they work differently than like how we often think of werewolves, but they're a thing. Nice. I think that's a Ragnar. I just see a ... But riding the wave can be done in order to better control the impulse. So you're saying it works for you, that it's like, yeah, he's enjoying the high that comes with it in order to better control the impulse. Gotcha. All right. Well, very enjoyable story, Mako, and I'm sorry if it ended with me making you sad. If any of you have anything to add to what I said, if you totally disagree with me, I feel like we need to call to cheer him up after what I said. Yeah, the Silmarillion. But let's go on to Documancer's story. Alright. Marx, one of the reasons I'm so quiet about this is I love really dark, morally questionable characters, so I'm not sure if me being completely fine with him is okay or not. Fair. Magistrate, to be honest, I view Jonathan as being like a cross between Wolverine's darker impulses and Superman's just OP makeup. That's interesting. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Alright, a touch of sense. My Documancer. 350 words. Yelling bounced off my walls the way a tennis ball bounced across a court. I already knew the subject. The budget talk dragged on mercilessly for 3 days. Today was the catch-22, as a door slam made the house foundation shake. I crouched in my gaping window. The standoff between Mom and Dad drowned as I hopped out of the short drop and grunted over the squishy lawn, with a spare key and my silenced flip phone in my corduroy pants. I let the crisp autumn air swallow me whole. I don't sigh dreamily at sunsets, and walking through trees isn't my oasis. I'm not a nature kind of person. But sometimes I walk around my neighborhood at dusk when the leaves age from youthful green to a mature auburn. The transformation evokes a release in my gut. The catch-22 drifted away, and my senses tingled. My ears pulsed to a hum overhead, and streetlights flickered on. 1, 2, 3. A pack of kids clobbered their ways to their houses. I simply gave a nod when curious eyes wandered and continued on my stroll down the paved sidewalk. Houses of different sizes and shapes dotted the sidewalk. 3 doors later, my nose wiggled to the waft of sourdough. Mrs. Beck's infamous bread had me salivate quicker than Pavlov's dog's response to a bell. But still I walked. She would ask what I was doing out past curfew, and I didn't need to sob into her fluffy apron. I marched onward past the local creek. Frogs croaked songs and crickets chirped in tempo. If I waited long enough, fireflies would dance over the water. But I didn't bring a mason jar. I should want to, but it baffled me when I kept going. A sting fresh in my eyes. An hour or so later, the dusk soon drifted into nighttime, and all the lights went out. Power outage? I gaped. Myriads of stars dotted the sky. I marveled over their twinkles. When I arrived home, the house was quieter than a mouse. I dreamt of stars down in the navy sky. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Now, Baron and Luthien invade Morgoth's forces by disguising as a vampire and a werewolf, if I'm not mistaken, and being mistaken here is something I'd be ashamed of. Aw. Yeah, that sounds accurate. I've only... So that was the last story I read before I ended up stopping. We did it! Thanks for all the support. 10 out of 10. Again, what's the 10 out of 10? Thanks for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate. But yeah, that sounds accurate. I remember everybody being like, Baron and Luthien is so good. Everybody being those friends who like Tolkien's works. And then I was like, you're so right. Not only is just like the plot fantastic, there's vampires and werewolves. Mark says that's a great comparison, actually. The Wolverine and Superman thing. Very fair. Arachnar says, this is such an amazing story. Love the feelings it brings. I also really appreciate its flow and the way the language follows that stroll and the feelings of the moment. Yeah, very fair. Let us read Documancer's questions. Toastiness medium. 1. I wanted to use first person with a character who had limited descriptions but strong emotions, akin to how Edgar Allan Poe does this first point of view with his narrator in The Telltale Heart. Does this style work? Do you feel connected or do you feel detached from the narrator? 2. The vibe I'm going for is nostalgic. Does it show? 3. Is the prompt noticeable or is it too vague? I used it as a plot point. The narrator is distressed at first and walks alone in their neighborhood and eventually finds peace in being alone. Is that clear? 4. Does the title fit the story? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I do have a question for you, I think. Like, I mean, maybe you already answered it with the how you described it already. It has been a long time since I read The Telltale Heart, but I mostly remember him being like, that darn eye of his, it's watching me. I remember the the cray-cray aspects of the narrator of The Telltale Heart far more than any, limited descriptions but strong emotions. So I'd be curious if you could describe a little bit more, like, what you're trying to replicate from there, if you have, like, a quote from The Telltale Heart that you're like, I'm trying to replicate this style sort of thing. Alrighty-roo. The tennis ball image is great. That works very well. So this is another story that's quite good that I'm probably just gonna be like, this is good and this is good, but we'll get into it. The door slam, I like that too, that it's not just like made the walls shake, but made the very foundation of the house shake, and kind of speaks to maybe like the foundation of their marriage or their family has been shaken. I'm not sure if gaping window is meant to mean like they don't have a window, that like the window got broken. I don't know if it's meant to be like an indication that they're poor, along with the budget cuts. So that's interesting if so. It's interesting because usually you would use the phrase of like, the argument drowned something out. You know, the argument drowned out my pleas to go outside. The argument drowned out my own thoughts or something like that. So I think it's really interesting to reverse that and go, the argument itself drowned, as in like, it slowly like died, it sunk, it lost its air, you know. So I think that's interesting. Squishy is a great adjective. I'm very curious why you specified flip phone, because that dates the story. And this is a great way to date a story. I think that, like, if you want advice on how to date a story, like, this is a great way to use one word to be like, okay, we are probably not in 2025. But my question about it is, I don't know why you dated the story. I'm like, okay, I know we're not in 2025. We're not in 2025 anymore, Dodo. But I don't know why that matters, because that's not really mentioned throughout the rest of the story. The only thing I can think of is that it's a true story. And so you said it was a flip phone because it literally was. because it's true, and that's what it was. Or, like, you like, I was gonna say you have some nostalgia for it, but this would be like bad nostalgia. What's rotten nostalgia? What's the word for that? But just saying phone, like, you could go like, okay, it's probably between 2000 and 2025, like, and we don't need to know where on that spectrum it is to understand and enjoy the story, and it makes you ask less questions.
Sneeze. Oh, the little.
I do think it's kind of interesting, the specificity of, like, I'm not the kind of person who likes nature that you would think with a story like this and be like, yay, nature's the best. And so it is interesting to set up this contrast of, like, I don't usually like this, but today it's good. And I don't know if this was the intention, but there's also kind of this element of, like, I don't want to go through the forest, but I'll go through the neighborhood. You know, I don't want to go in the woods, but I kind of like just knowing I'm around people, but not interacting with people. And that's kind of interesting, if so. My ears pulse to a hum is a great image. The 1, 2, 3 is great for like a breathing thing. Clobbered is a great verb. Wiggled is a great verb. I like the description of the bread. I think that's great. Oh yeah, so like, it's funny because I don't know how well you can see my comments, but it's just like, creative, good verb, a Pavlov dog, in bold. This is what it used to say. I think this is what you meant, that like, Pavlov's dog's response, though that's a little bit of a tongue twister. I do kind of like the specifying, like, okay, I'm holding it together on my walk, but if I have to talk to Mrs. Beck, I'm gonna start sobbing and I don't want to. You know, I think that's really interesting, and I can really relate to that. I love the in-tempo thing. I think that's great. I do think it's really interesting, the I should want to thing, that, and I like that it baffled me when I kept going, that I don't even know what my feet are doing here. I don't know why I'm not even trying. I think that's really interesting. And yeah, so I like that specificity of not just like, oh yeah, I'd love to do the fireflies and catch them, but I didn't bring a mason jar, but instead, like, even if I had a mason jar, like, I don't really want to. And so it's very much like the floodgates are being dammed up, but the water is still pressing against them, you know, kind of thing. That this is not solving anything. This is giving them a moment of peace, so that the joy of things is, you know, I don't know, being taken away by these arguments. And so, yeah, this character can enjoy things and get out there for a bit and breathe for a second, but the problem is still there, you know, that it's still lurking behind everything and making it so they don't want to do things that they usually want to do. I think that works well. And interesting that, you know, I actually, for some reason, like, it's weird to me, the things that I catch and don't catch. I didn't really catch this one until now. I didn't really catch, oh no, like, they're actively crying on the walk until now. So that's kind of interesting that, like, this, I think, provoked this. That it's, like, realizing that this isn't enough. That being out here on this walk isn't enough to stop what I'm feeling, you know. I think that's... I think that's interesting. I'm trying to decide how I feel about the power outage thing, because, like, I have such mixed feelings on it. Because on the one hand, it feels like, I don't know, the opposite of a Deus Ex Machina. It feels like something really bad just, like, randomly happens, and there's no real, like, reason for why it happens, and so I'm kind of left wondering, why did that happen, you know? But on the other hand, I think that can happen in the summer. Is that... the word brownout is coming to my head, but I'm not sure I know the definition of a brownout. Brownout is a temporary voltage drop in an electrical grid often caused by high demand or severe weather. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's because of the air conditioners. Because everybody is doing their air conditioners, and so that could cause the power to go out. That's what I'm thinking of why power outages happen in the summer. So, like, in that sense, it's like, okay, yeah, power outages do happen in the summer, though in my life, they have always happened more in the winter. And then there's also kind of this element that I like about it, which is, like, something extra bad happened, at least for me. Power outages suck, and I would usually be like, no, please, no, I hate this. And so I think this is kind of cool that this is something really bad. Like, it's already, everything sucks, like, the parents are arguing, and this walk ain't fixing anything. And so something even worse happens, but the main character, instead of going like, oh my gosh, add horrors to the other horrors, they're going, hey, wait, there's something good to this. Look up. And, like, that itself kind of feels like a metaphor, like, look for the positives. Look up. Look at the sky. Look at the stars. And so I think that's cool that there's kind of like a microcosm of the whole story at the end there, of something bad happens, something worse happens, that could have added insult to injury, but instead creates something good. Instead adds this positive to the end of the journey. And I think that's cool. And then they come home and the argument's over. Like, it might still hurt. The argument might start up again tomorrow, but for tonight, things are quiet. And I think that's cool. And they can dream well and not have nightmares. And, like, that's kind of cool in the sense that, like, that's the real benefit that this walk did. I mean, I don't know if that's how you intended it, but to me, like, I feel like, you know, I would be afraid of having a bad day and then having a bad night on top of it, you know, having nightmares on top of it. And so being like, okay, I had a bad day, I had a bad evening, I had a bad 3 days. But tonight I can at least have good dreams, and tonight at least is quiet. I think that's cool. And I also think it's neat regarding your prompt use, because this is very much a moment of pleasant loneliness. That it's not a lifetime of pleasant loneliness, it's not 3 months of pleasant loneliness, it is a single moment, you know, 15 minutes to an hour, or like one night if you want to count the good dreams. And, like, yeah, things might not be so good tomorrow, but today I have pleasant loneliness. I think that works really well. And going back to your questions. So I may not remember exactly what narration style you're going for, but most of my comments are like, great verb, great adjective. And so if that was a result of you attempting to replicate that style, I think that worked really well. The volume I'm going for is nostalgic to show. That's why you said flip phone, isn't it? I'm trying to think. I think I'd say so. I'm not sure if like you told me to give an adjective for this story. I don't know that I would have given nostalgic, but now that you say nostalgic, I'm like, yeah, that's there. And like I definitely can, you know, imagine myself going into the backyard, or you know, when I wanted to be alone from like a big party or something like that. And so even if I haven't had like this exact scenario where I'm walking around the neighborhood by myself, I can imagine times where I've walked around the neighborhood with others and the times where I have wanted to be alone and get away. And so I do think that it's relatable for sure. And you know, you could say nostalgic. I think the prompt is super noticeable. I'm actually surprised that you're asking. Yeah, I'm surprised you're asking because it seems exactly the prompt. Does the title fit the story? Had not thought about that. Am I understanding it as basically a touch of the senses? Like, let me go out there, smell the smells, see the sights, just get away from... It's kind of like, get away from the turmoil in my head with something tactile sort of thing. It's kind of different there because, like, the turmoil is outside the head and the turmoil is noise, you know? But then again, you could say it's the content. It's not how loud they're yelling, it's what they're yelling about. And so... so in that sense it could be more of an internal thing about like worrying over finances versus like let's go out there and literally touch grass, you know, kind of thing. Smell the sourdough. Not smell the roses, smell the sourdough. So yeah, I think it works. I think it's a little bit of a thinker, but I think it works. One of the earliest Prophet Jonathan stories was inspired by a Wolverine comic. Oh, nice. Ghoulish, I think, talking about the Telltale Heart. I'm not crazy. Let me tell you how not crazy I am. Norman, the thing about crazy people is that they don't know they're crazy. That's what makes them crazy. It's kind of goes back to the like every villain is a hero in his own mind thing, where it's like, if you think you're crazy, you're probably not crazy. If you don't, maybe you are. Documancer. The replication is having a strong character with limited descriptions. We never know what the narrator looked like, but we always knew how he felt in the story. Oh, are you talking about like the descriptions of the character themselves? That one you can't really test in writing group stories because we almost never describe our characters. That I'm always saying, like, that is the first thing that can and should go because it's often the least important. So if that was what you were intending to test, I say test that in like a summer story or something. Test it in a longer story where we would expect a description and see if people notice what people think. Because I think it worked very well, you know, in this story. But I think it works well for pretty much all of the writing group stories to not have descriptions of the characters. It just became noise. What became noise? The argument? Dating the story for nostalgic flair, fair enough. The phone was on silent to further show its isolation. Gotcha. And I guess I kind of interpreted that as like, I don't want my parents to call me, so let's just silence. It's less about the flip phone, more about to draw the reader so they notice the phone. Yeah, that is fair. I probably wouldn't have noticed the phone if you just said phone. I'd just be background. Mm-hmm. Merriam-Webster says cynical is the antonym of nostalgic. Interesting. Huh. Sir, those assless questions. What was I actually saying? These questions got no ass. No substance. Nothing to sit on. Yep, if you just said phone, people might skim past it. That's true. Arachner. A small thing I forgot to point out when I reviewed the story. Unless Pavlov is not spelled with an E. Oh yeah, it is a Russian surname originally written in Cyrillic. I'm not sure if what the issue is and if it's with the original note, the original version of it, or if my change was a bad change. The spelling can change and he's translating. There. It may have been a typo, Documancer says. There. The joy of things is lacking. Do you mean like in that's like the response to like I should want to, but like the joy of it is lacking. Fair. A Diabolus Ex Machina, yeah, that sounds accurate. Spider-Man Ex Machina. Why are we throwing Spider-Man under the bus? Power outages are pretty common in hot weather. Even autumn is pretty hot in certain areas. Oh yeah, that might be another thing, because it does say that the trees are turning auburn. Demon Ex Machina. Wait, that's a mech game. Nice. Yep, that was the effect I was going for. At least I can have good dreams. Oh, nice. Always hesitant about the prompt, even if I hit the mark. I still need the encouragement. Aw, fair. I am willing to encourage. Jingle all the way? What? Touch of Sense is a bit nuanced to go touch grass, but it was also because the sensory carried the whole story. Yeah, very fair. Yeah, I think A Touch of Sense, I like that more than Go Touch Grass, because Go Touch Grass is much more the idea of like, get out of your room, you pale teen, and go touch grass. Whereas A Touch of Sense is, I don't know, kind of almost dreamlike to it, which is kind of the vibes of the story. And it's like much more gentle, and it's not, I don't know, it's not a meme or mean or a call to action or anything. It's just like, oh yes, the story is a touch of sense, and that's peace, and that's lovely. And I think that works. Ask less. Gotcha. Ask less questions. Ask less questions. The argument just became noise. Mm-hmm. Pavlov, without the E's, the spelling ghoulish is seen. Gotcha. I was gonna joke about, why are we calling the questions out for not having a butt? Amazing. We don't butt shame our questions. Brownout, reduction or restriction on the availability of electrical power in a certain particular area. That's more what I was thinking, is that it's like the electric company purposely being like, hi, we're going to turn the power out because y'all are using the air too much, you know, that kind of thing. Blackouts used to happen because summer storms when I was a kid, says C.M. Weller. Ah, yeah, fair. Yeah, well, meanwhile a power outage during summer is because of violent thunderstorms and hurricanes. Fair enough, and I'm sorry. Power outages here due to low reservoirs in the summer. Most power in Brazil comes from hydroelectric plants. Interesting. Yeah, I think touch grass is a modern get a reality check. Yeah, that's true too. And like, I guess there's an element, it doesn't not work with the story because they literally are going out into nature to touch grass. And like, get in touch with their senses, get in touch with reality and stuff like that. But it's kind of like, you're not living in the real world, Jeremy, go touch grass, which isn't really what's happening here. Like, they're living too much in the real world, and they need to go be by themselves with the trees and the sourdough for a while. Touch grass has a few meanings, but get off the internet and get a reality check are pretty common. Yeah, exactly. Alright. I'm very glad to see you writing again, Documancer. I think you did a great job. Let us go on to... I was about to say, to my house. We are in my house, in this little box in the camera. That's funny. That makes it look like I'm grabbing the camera, but I'm just hovering my, my hand over the screen. You're welcome. Stream on your computer is so far ahead of the one on your phone. Oh, interesting. Okie dokie. I think Hellenic is here. So if you've thought of any questions since you last said you don't have questions, don't hesitate to ask them. My house. A true story. A Hellenic Taoist. 330 words. In his absence, quiet has come to fill up my house. It's wrapped around my body like the sheets that entangle my legs. It promises not to leave until driven forth. I sit up and glance at the clock on the wall without taking in the time. I glance at the stretch of wall where the TV and my husband's dresser used to be. I slip myself free from the bed and walk into the bathroom. 1 toothbrush, 1 bar of deodorant, 1 bottle of mouthwash, 2 bottles in the shower, 1 shampoo, and 1 conditioner, plus a bar of soap. None of them have anything to add to the silence, other than to say, "We're yours. Everything in the house is mine now." I start cleaning late in the afternoon. I throw away a few flashy, ill-fitting shirts, hang a few baggy, comfortable shirts on the hangers where I can find them easier. Concealed beneath a pile of old documents, I find the homemade quilt my grandmother gave me, fold and flatten it neatly, then set it on the couch to clash with the decor. Evening arrives, and when I go to pull a thick volume from the bookshelf, a Christmas bauble rolls out from behind it. It clacks to the floor, sending a ripple through the silence. I pick up the bauble, smudging my fingers with red glitter. I always hated these. But still, he bought another set every year. When they grew too numerous to fit on the tree, he'd bedecked the bookshelf with them. They'd rolled onto the floor all the time. I pluck a few paper towels, wrap them around the tacky bauble, and squeeze until I feel the crunch. It goes in the trash without ceremony, and the silence runs smooth again. I look around with a contented smile. I spot about 6 messes about the room, and I ignore all of them. When was the last time I felt this safe? Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you love it. My house in the middle of the street. Deck the bookshelf isn't as catchy. Another amazing one, says Arachnar. I'm inclined to agree. So Hellenic said, I wasn't feeling up to anything especially involved after my hiatus, so I drew on experience. The prompt immediately reminded me of the first few weeks after breaking up with my narcissistic ex, so it seemed like a good fix. Fit. I swear breaking up with him felt better than falling in love. No questions this time. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that you had to deal with that your ex was narcissistic, but I am glad that you are out of there. I thought this was so good. I'm trying to think if I should do a summary thing and then go to the specific things, or start with the specific and then use them to summarize things. I guess the summary I'll give is that what I think is so cool about the story, this story really struck me, and it's probably one of my top 5 favorite stories by you, Hellenic. And I read it, and I read it, I think pretty early, and then I read some other ones, and I was like, why is that one particularly sticking out to me? And I think it's because there's such depth in everything, and let's go into that. So I really like this image of the quiet wrapping around his body, like the sheets entangling his legs. Like, it's already powerful with just, like, this non-physical thing wrapping around him and, like, kind of being this cozy thing. But, like, the sheets entangle my legs, I can so relate to that, and it's an even more striking image than just the wrapping image. It promises not to leave until driven forth. That's such a great image of, if you want the quiet to go, you have to make it leave. And that's so cool, because quiet is usually described as something that is broken. And I think this is cool because it's like this image of, like, driving the quiet out with a broom or something like that. And it's also interesting because I think that he wants it to be quiet, and so he doesn't want to drive it out. He's happy to basically, like, let it live here, you know? And it's also interesting because I'm assuming the husband would kind of have the attitude of, like, drive out the quiet like a little varmint. and he's like, no, I'm not going to. I would like the quiet to stay, you know, kind of thing. I think that's a great image. I like this idea of, like, looking at the clock and not taking the time. That's so relatable. I do that so many times where I'm like, oh, right, what time is it? I didn't retain that, you know? That works really well. I really love this paragraph about, like, each of the things here, the one toothbrush, one bar deodorant, and that you're kind of, like, first of all, you're physically guiding us through the scene, and, like, as if we are walking with him through the house and seeing what's going on. But it is also, we're going on the emotional journey too, and going, yes, there were two. Like, the specificity, it kind of goes back to the thing we were saying before, that if it didn't matter that there was only one, that emphasis wouldn't be there. And so the fact that you're emphasizing only one, then that makes us go, this is noteworthy. He's thinking about that. He's thinking about how, how, like, that kind of maybe feels weird that there's not two of each, you know, sort of thing. And I absolutely love this line of, none of them have anything to add to the silence other than to say, we're yours. Like, I don't know if I can even describe why that's so good, but that's so well written. Like, it all starts with the quiet, the silence, and, you know, do we want to drive it forth? And then it's like, okay, what's in here? How does that relate to what we were talking about? You know, we've got one of these. It's noteworthy that there's only one. Okay, what are they doing regarding the silence? Nothing much. And then they're talking when they can't talk. You know, you're personifying the objects and having them actually say something. And, like, that goes along with the breaking the silence sort of thing. Like, it's so cool and so evocative. And then I love the everything in the house is mine now. That's a great, like, it's interesting because I guess, like, that's one of the, you could say that's one of the more, like, telly lines of the piece, but I think it works really well in that way. And I guess, like, I don't know, you could say more to it that's like, yes, there used to be 2 bottles, one was my husband's, I remember he bought the super expensive shampoo, but you don't need to. All you need to say is put that emphasis on the 111, and we know what you mean. We know, the husband's shampoo and mouthwash and everything all used to be there, and they're not there anymore. We can feel that just from you repeating the ones. And then the, like, everything in the house is mine now, like, you could say more to that and be like, oh yes, half of it used to be his, and stuff like that. You don't need to. All you need is this. And it shows that he's thinking about that. He's like, wow, like, this feels some type of way. Everything in the house is mine now. And, like, you might kind of be questioning as a reader, like, okay, is this a positive or a negative thing? And so then the story continues to tell you that it is a positive thing. And I think that works really well. And a lot of my praise really comes down to that, because it's the same thing with flashy shirts, right? That you just say, okay, throw away some flashy, ill-fitting shirts and hang a few baggy, comfortable shirts on the hangers. And you don't have to say, my husband made me wear these flashy shirts, or like, he always liked these flashy shirts and I didn't, or I didn't feel comfortable in them. All you need to say is that he throws them away and he puts up the ones that are comfortable, and we can infer from that exactly what we need to infer. I think I might, well, there's only one snooze left. I won't be using that then. I guess. Why do I feel like the story is, oh, that is so funny. I'll put that on the screen. Whole man disposal services. Oh, you probably can't see that. Whole man disposal services. Yes, the entire man. Totally. Oh, that's great. I have not seen that meme before, and that is glorious. Alright, do we want to do an old-fashioned kitty time for this ad? Stop.
Old-fashioned kitty time. Yeah. You're very cute.
It's always funny to me that she just looks like angelic white blob.
So cute. That's a kitty boo. Oh, it's a meow. So cute. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are adorable. Is it too much? Is it too much love? There's a biscuit. There's a biscuit, Maggie. As always, I wish that you could hear her purr. My cute kitty.
I have a question. So on Discord voice lately, my mic keeps cutting out. It keeps not picking up everything. Is that happening during the stream? Is like, you know, every once in a while, am I just going robot or getting every fourth word cut or something like that? Or can you hear all the things I'm saying?
It's a kitty. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Can you see her little paw making biscuits?
I'm not gonna want to leave. I'm not gonna want to leave.
I think I can hear all the things you are saying, though there is an occasional hanging pause, like the buffering, but that's just the internet and the lag goblins. Fair.
She's a baby. Should we bring the table to us? Should we bring the table down?
Not as far down as I thought. Yeah, you probably did hear sync. I look creepy. I look like a clown. I don't know why I'm specifically glowing.
Good cat.
Did the camera pick any of that up? Did you see you're looking at my nose and
My forehead. That was so cute.
you just look very pale. Yeah. Again, another accurate Alucard thing. It's horrifying. There we go, that's better. Okay.
Killed it.
Oh, the flumminess, yes. Oh no. Yeah, Bella's also glowing.
Cutie pie. It's a baby. I don't know. I don't know if I can talk down here. You're too cute.
So attempting to go back to the story. Oh yeah, so like you don't need to say that like the husband liked these shirts and wouldn't let him wear the more comfortable shirts that he liked or anything like that. You just saying like, yeah, I throw away these flashy shirts and put out the comfortable shirts. We can infer that the only reason he's able to do this is because hubby's gone. And so we can infer that was the situation, and I think that works very well. And then the same thing with the quilts that presumably hubby would hate that it would clash with the decor, and now other hubby is putting it out. Hello, Nyx Flare, Majestic Floof. Oh boy, you're coming into my insane paleness hours. Where did I go? Where did I go that now I'm covered by the chat head? I'm Vox.
Okay, I think I need to get up, even though I don't want to.
Hello, different Nyx, yes. Yes, hello, Nyx Thorn as well. I don't think I recognized that was a new person. I thought it was Lee, because Lee's the only other green guy.
Oh, this one.
And then I really like the specificity too of just like flashy shirts, comfortable shirts, and like grandma's quilt, and that it's not just that it clashes with the decor, but it's like sentimental value. I think that works really well. And I think this is really interesting because, you know, this is a very ultimately like small story. It's one character just in their house, and like technically they're not doing much. And it's interesting because you might think with a story like this that it couldn't have a climax, or it would be very difficult to make it have a climax. And I think the Christmas bauble works really well as a climax, that there is another specific thing that happens that, and this one we are told that like hubby liked it and another hubby didn't. But I think that in this case that works really well because we do kind of need to know like, oh, because I don't know what to call him, but main character might like Christmas ornaments. You know, we don't know. We do need that information that he did not like the Christmas baubles. And we can infer it's because of the glitter, and or because the house is overly populated with them, that not only were they on the tree and maybe main character did not want them on the tree, now they're encroaching on the bookshelf, like, and that is a, you know, that is, I don't know if microcosm's the right word in that case, I don't know, analogy. I'm blanking on what the word would be, but it's their relationship, right? That hubby was encroaching upon the main character and taking over what he wanted to do in all these different areas. And so I think that works really well in that way. And then the climax is that the main character crushes it. That, like, the whole story, the main character's been an observer of everything. And, like, well, maybe not in everything, because, like, he does take out the quilt and take out the shirts and stuff like that. But those aren't, like, I don't know, violent seems like too strong of a word. But then they aren't violent. They're just like, yeah, let's not have those shirts, and yes, have these shirts. Let's put the quilt out. But this is like we're fully breaking something. And so I think that works very well as this climax of now we are actively breaking something, we're actively getting our anger out somehow. That not just like, let's take away what hubby wanted and let's do what I want. It's like, yeah, let's get our anger out against hubby. And it also works well because, like, he takes out the paper towels, and I'm not sure exactly what you meant there, but it could be that he didn't want to harm himself by crushing it, and then that also is good that, like, we have that information that that the relationship didn't leave main character in such a place where he wants to harm himself, you know. It's also stopping the glitter from getting everywhere, and it's also very premeditated. It's not just like I'm holding it and I decided to break it. It's like, no, I want to break it. And I like the way it's described. I can really imagine the specificity of the paper towels and stuff, and the satisfaction of the crunch. And then we do get more of the, I don't know, we do get told more specifically that it is the messes that hubby would freak out over all these different messes, and main character is very happy to have all of them. And then we conclude with the truth. I don't know if moral of the story is the best way to describe that, but all of this leads to a feeling of safety, that it's, and like, I think it's good because we could think that it's like justice, or like, you know, that he's angry, but rather safety is the prevailing feeling. And like, you know, we could do a peace thing, like with Marx's story, but it's not even peace that's the conclusion, it's safety in this particular case. And I think that works really well to call that out as the ending. And I think it works really well as the for the prompt that that he's alone, but he's happy to be alone. And I like that it's not just like, yay, empty house, but like it's not just the loneliness, it's the I'm glad that this person's no longer in it. You know, I'm glad that I am alone and not with this person anymore. And it's not just like, you know, I'm no longer going on dates with this person, but I lived with this person and the whole space was taken up by them, and I didn't feel like I had any space, and so now I get to have my space, my pleasant loneliness. I think that works very well. So yeah, I think you did a really great job with this one, and just kind of like to go back to the summary thing, like, I think this is so cool that like each thing has depth to it, that for almost no lines are just the surface level of that line, that almost no lines are just like, I described that there was a shampoo bottle because there was a shampoo bottle, you know, I described that there's a shampoo bottle there because there used to be too, you know, that kind of thing. There's depth to each of the lines, and I can really sink my teeth into each piece and puzzle it out and go, what does this mean? What is the deeper meaning here? And I love being able to do that with a story. I think that's so cool. So, the 5 stars. You get the gold star. I think this is fantastic. All right, let's see what folks have been saying. reminds me of the bridge Black #1 by Typo Negative. Loving you is like loving the dead. Oh, wild. Documancer, you know, there's been a couple of stories that have had that quiet to being alone. There is something incredibly curious on how the world seems different when your bed is suddenly enormous again. Yep, for sure. That it's like the same bed, but it feels different. I've not noticed any problems coming through crystal clear. That's great to hear. Probably on Discord's end. I guess so. I saw a kitty and now ads, which is fine. I got to see a kitty. Aw, that's sweet. I think I can hear all the things you said. Oh yeah, I did read that earlier. Yes, I was washing dishes in my house. My door is not usually open, but it is today, and so, yes, those are dishes being washed. My poodle is less small, but also fluffy. Nice. Radio the other day, we talked about the cult with the horses. Fair. Green fellows. Nice. The other green guy is the Hulk. He's there for emergencies. Smash-related emergencies. We need to smash things. Non-sexually. Those 3 words I wasn't expecting to ever see together. Nix, you know, neither was I. But I learned a lot of things when I first came here. Yeah. Just another amoeba stream. Flesh, horses, and cannibalism, leg goblins and zaniness. What Christmas song does that sound like? Hellenic, yeah, he had this awful fixation on holiday decorations. When he left, I was suddenly astonished at just how much storage space I had. He was a hoarder, but decorations were concerned. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we need the Hulk for, is for our ornament smashing. Like, a mess could be anything, from spilt milk to the coasters not being in a stack to a single chair not being pushed in. Wild. Did he ever get tested for OCD or OCPD? Because that definitely sounds like OCPD. Not just the space, but also doing things one's own way again. Rediscovering one's own way of being alone. Yeah, exactly. That it's not just like literally having the quilt out. It's like figuring out how to live in the space. Mako, I definitely got that from the story. Very well done. He made me joke on my Frito pie. What, my non-sexually smashed things? Favorite things? What about favorite things? And yeah, like both like realistically and just like in terms of, I don't know, a general thing, like, yeah, like this is a very transcendent idea of an ex like this who, you know, takes over your life. They might be like, oh, I have a thing about like the decor and I don't want it to clash, but it could be a literal mess of spilled milk, you know, or it could be what they consider a mess could be something that you like, you know. I'm not describing it well, but like it's kind of the one man's trash is another man's treasure thing, where like someone might say like, oh, that's such a mess, and someone else might go, no, it's beautiful, you know. And that, you know, one person's, I mean, it depends on the mess and the relationship and the situations and stuff like this, but like in something like this, one person is not being allowed to think something's beautiful, and they're not ever allowed to have their way, and that is a problem. I liked having the coaster spread out for easy use. Yeah, that's super fair. I have mine out like that too. Clutter could be someone's organization method. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. That, I mean, the coasters thing is a great example too of like someone else might be like, they're not neatly stacked, so they're disorganized and that's a mess. Another person might go, no, they're out and about so that you can just like easily put your you can easily put your thing down. So that's not a mess, you know. No, wild. So whenever I clean my room, I can't find anything for weeks afterwards. So your mess allows you to find things. It makes me think of the like Chris Hallbeck short where there's like somebody in the office who was told to clean up their desk, and like because it was like covered in papers and pens and different things, and then they're just sitting there like, I can't do my work because I can't find anything, and then someone's come by and it's like don't let them tell you what to do. Like, have your desk how it helps you work. Look at this mess. You mean today's mail on the table? Mm-hmm. Nice. Watched a pirate-themed D&D campaign where they had an eldritch sea witch or something as the ship cook, and all her food required a high constitution roll to not take damage, but if you made the save, you got a buff. That's a really cool thing, that it's like her food is terrible, but if you make it through it, then like you get some like magical benefits. Oh wait, non-sexually, yeah. Do you have a favorite clip I could borrow? On the floor by the front left wheel of the filing cabinet. Nice. Alright. Well, considering we are 40 minutes past the usual break time, or at least what I think is the usual break time. Unfortunately, I don't think we can do our bonus fifth today. So let us go on to our midstream question instead. And I really want to use that like relatability stuff for the question. So let's see. What was the other thing? Oh man, and then I just thought of another aspect too. I guess I'll add it, but that's a lot. Do you guys want me to save some for next week? This is all just kind of like the same thought process, the same train of thought to me, but I also understand if it's like a lot to do as like one question. So what does everyone want? Ted's vote is save some. So do you guys already save some? And if so, which ones do you want me to keep? Grammy has prepared a meal. Rest of the cast groans. That one guy, hell yeah, love Grammy's cooking. I feel so much stronger afterwards. Save some. Okay. Do we want to just do like the first two? Just do characters have to be relatable? What makes you want to continue reading about the character? Yep, totally. Massa posted a please let me smash gif of a bird. Make what 50% of Birdsong Meridia becomes. Yep. I guess, let's actually do since those two are related, let's do those two. All right. Oh, I probably shouldn't be doing that because then you guys are gonna, or anybody who's not actually here is gonna think that these are the questions. But those aren't the questions. Those are the questions I'm saving to be later questions. Yeah, that works, says Ragnar. Nice. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. I will see you all in a little bit after the break. Music. Alright. Goodbye. For now. Alright. I have returned physically, but I'm not sure I've returned mentally. I am more tired. I'm feeling more tired than I think I usually feel at this point in the stream, which scares me. Alrighty, room. Ragnar says, for a character to work in a story, it has to work within the story framework. Story and character must work together to make me feel or think something that moves me, emotionally, intellectually, in the direction of aesthetical fruition, whatever. And that does not necessarily have to be a relatable thing. So for me, the answer could really depend on how the story the character is in works. Sometimes the story works precisely by filling me with other disgust for a character. One that can be presented as relatable or completely unrelatable. On matters of main characters, difficult to say. Some stories work their best precisely because they avoid having someone filling that role. And some use this as a fundamental tool in their story building, either fulfilling a narrative or a structural role, such as audience surrogate or a specific point of view around which the themes of the story can shine better. As before, I think the character must work as a finely tuned piece of the story, and that makes reading about them compelling. Interesting. So you're saying that like a character that works in one framework won't work in a different framework. If you take this guy and put him in a different setting, a different plot, he's not going to work, but he works cohesively with the whole here. That's interesting. I'd have to really think about it to know if I agree with that wholeheartedly, because I feel like there are some times, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think I've had the thought before where I'm like, this character is so good, they don't deserve the show they're in. And you know that like, this character is great and the show doesn't work very well or let them shine, and I think they work better in a different show, you know, kind of thing. I guess maybe that is what you're saying, that you're like, it has to work with the framework, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. So, yeah, well, there's compelling characters. So sympathy, empathy, general blorbo vibes, though that last is hard to find. A sympathetic character is kind of soaked in their tragic backstory and makes the reader want to see them into a better life. An empathetic character has at least one experience or attribute that the audience can relate to and thereby empathize with the emotions. Blorbo vibes is definitely a je ne sais quoi element. They could be everything the reader is not, but still grab them by the curiosity. They could be outright homicidal, Murderbot, Dexter, experiencing things the reader will never know about, any sci-fi protagonist, and be doing unachievable things, fantasy in general, but they're just so fascinating. And that, I find that making them snarky definitely helps. Yeah, snarky characters do tend to get a lot of love, don't they? Yeah, I like that. I like the way you put all that sympathy is like, I feel for them. I don't feel like they necessarily have to have a tragic backstory for you to sympathize, but generally they'll be like, something's wrong in their life that they want to fix, you know? Well, even if it's like, yeah, I had a pretty good backstory, it's just I'd like to get that leaky pipe fixed. You know, even that we could be like, this is too real, man. And then I like your distinction between sympathy and empathy, that you can like sympathize but not, maybe you've never had a leaky pipe, but empathy would be, yes, I have had a leaky pipe before, I know how that feels, I empathize. And both can work. And then I like the Blorbo vibes. It's just like, there's something special about that one. I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like everyone has different Blorbo vibes, you know, because my Blorbos are redeemable villains, but they're not everybody's Blorbos. And so it's just like, this is the stuff for you. This is the character you like. Dialogue. I know for me, if I get raw emotions from a character's internal struggle, if I see a little hint of them behind their walls, I want to see more. Who are they behind the mask when all the walls are broken down? Are they a $1 billion playboy or just some kid from Queens? Yeah, that's a good point. That a character who never seems to have, like, real, authentic emotion, we might not get behind, but like a character that's terrible, but is real and has a genuine emotion that can be like, I'm interested in them. Well, this is a tough question, because they have to take into account things like anti-heroes and villain protagonists. I think a big factor is motivation. If a character has a relatable motivation, many people can forgive a lot. It's also a plus when a character acts within their archetypal character model and or moral code. When there is a disconnect, it's almost like a betrayal of trust. So-and-so would never do that. This can vary from reader to reader, though. For example, Artemis Fowl is one of my favorite villain protagonists. The kid takes a fairy hostage in the first book. However, you see his concern for his servants, his loyalty to his family, and his astounding intellect. And you can go, yeah, I want to be like that guy. There's also how others in the setting react to a character's actions. For example, Harrowhawk in Harrow the Ninth makes broth out of human bones so she can create skeletons inside one of her fellow necromancers to have a better chance of killing him. The characters around her, one of which is God himself in their religion, just go, well, that was mildly unpleasant. Nice. That kind of goes back to the frame story thing. Yeah, I like the motivation thing. Maybe that is boiled down. Maybe that's kind of what I'm looking for with, like, Jonathan, that, like, what is his motivation, you know? That I want him to not want to do this, you know? I want him to have motivation to not do it. So maybe that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day, or what a lot of it comes down to. I think that's a good point. That, and I mean, it also goes to, like, the leaky pipe thing, that if, like, a character's motivation is I want to fix the leaky pipe, we might be like, I relate to that, and I, like, it's too real, Billy Bob, I'm with ya. But if a character, like, I think I've talked about this before, but, the Super Carlin brothers have a video where they, like, go through Crimes of Grindelwald, like, according to, I forget what they're called, but, like, Pixar's, like, tenets of a good story, and they go through that, and they kind of use it to go, yeah, this is why Crimes of Grindelwald misses the mark. And I thought it was really interesting, and one of the things that missed the mark is the problem is that Newt doesn't want to pick a side. That you have these two sides in the war and that are, you know, very strong, and Newt is the one going, I don't want to fight. And, like, granted, like, that's not to say that, like, oh, like, pacifist protagonists don't work. Like, Aang is a great protagonist. But when your main character, like, I don't know if doesn't care about the conflict is the right way to say it, but is just, like, wants to stay out of it, then, like, you don't have that motivation of, like, I want to help my people, I want to save my daughter, or whatever. It's just, like, my motivation is I don't want any of the plot to happen. And so then that makes us, even if we absolutely love Newt as a character, then that makes it a less interesting plot to watch. So good writing helps immensely. Do characters have to be relatable? No, but they should at least be compelling. Maybe not the best example, considering he's the villain, but I think of Handsome Jack from the Borderlands games. I can't relate to him in any way, but damn is he funny. I can't help but perk up every time he shows up. Is there any sin a character can commit that will turn me off of them? Once upon a time, I would have said yes. Essay is one of those. And to use our own writing, Kaylee, when Lie happened, and while I was initially repulsed, once I got into her head about her motivations, and I was sort of sympathetic, even if I don't agree with her. Wow. A writer's ability to at least help us understand a character and why they do the things they do may at least get us on their side a little, even if we agree with them. Well, that's a really huge compliment. That, like, prior, that was, like, a huge line in the sand for you. But, like, you were at least able to go, like, I at least have, like, some sympathy. Like, that's... thank you for the compliment. And that's a very good point about, like, if sometimes being funny can be enough to just be like, I want to keep watching this person because they're funny. It's kind of interesting when you apply it to stuff like reality TV, because, like, reality TV, unless, of course, it's, like, completely acted, as long as it really is reality, you're, like, messing with people's lives. But what the producers want is they're like, we want entertainment. So, like, the more hurt you are, the more entertaining you are, you know, kind of thing. And so it can even apply there, where it can be like, I don't like this person, but, oh, they make juicy drama, you know, kind of thing. I think, yeah, so... I mean, I guess, like, entertaining would be the more broad word for that. Like, they can be funny, they can be snarky, they can be witty, and all of these things are some pretty good shots at making readers be like, I like them when they're on screen. They're fun to listen to. they're fun to watch or whatever. Kitty boo. I don't know if she wants out or is just having an existential crisis over there. She's just staring at the wall. Well, if I think I say, it's one of my biggest lines of, yeah, I don't like you anymore. Super fair. Super fair. Oh, what is a Florbo? Florbo Bleebus? I love Florbo Bleebus. I talked about that in another stream, but that's a Punky Doodles, like, I know it from Pokey Doodles, but I know that's not what the audio is from. I guess the audio is probably from Zach Speaks Giant. But, like, the idea is that you can create a character in D&D and be like, this is Florbo Bleebus. He does not deserve love. He is the most terrible person ever. He burns orphanages for fun in his spare time. And you'll always have somebody going, no, I love Florbo Bleebus. Stop being mean to Florbo Bleebus. No. Like, you should not love him. But Florbo Bleebus. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I don't know what, like, the definition of Blurbo is. Maybe there's a definition on our Urban Dictionary or something, but it's just, like, what it makes me think of is, I forget which, comic artist this is, but there's a comic artist who, did this, like, little comic of, like, there's a bunch of, they look like stuffed animals. I don't know if they are, but they're just little pudgy person, you know, stuffed animals lined up against the wall. And they're all, like, labeled characters, like, in a show or something. And then, I forget what the progression is, but then somebody goes, I like that one. And then in the back, there's, like, one of them that's labeled some gremlin. And that's what I always think of when I think of Blorbo. It's just like, this is the gremlin I've chosen. This is the one I love. This is my gremlin. I don't know what it is about them. I just love them. They're my Blorbo, you know? I don't know what a milkshake duck is. Blorbo Bleebus did nothing wrong. Points to the orphanage they just burned down. They could have been evil orphans. I just see Death said, well, why don't you cut down the questions? Death said, frick, now I don't know how to answer. We will see if you figured it out or not as I continue scrolling. Mako says, okay, so the answer is cheap, but I don't know how else to explain. But if I figure it out, I'll be sure to tell you. The character has to be interesting. I'm not really sure what that means, but if, for example, we're following a serial killer, Death Note to you, then I want to follow along to see if he gets caught, or what, if any, consequences they meet. I am praying for his downfall. An internet commentator on the latest season of You, but interesting in general, is vague as hell. I feel like that does kind of work though, because it's just like they need to have something that piques my interest, because if they're annoying, that doesn't interest me. If they're boring, that doesn't interest me. If they're so horrible that, you know, you've crossed the line in the sand, then that doesn't interest me, you know, that kind of thing. So while vague, I do think that is like a proper answer, that yeah, that they just have to perk your interest in some way. And I wasn't thinking about that, but that's a really good point, that for like villain protagonists, then you can pray for their downfall, and you can be interested not because you want to see them succeed, but because you want to see them fall. That is interesting. Like simple answer, they perceive their world in interesting ways. You can be reading about the most fascinating, beautiful world possible, and it'll still feel dull AF if the main character doesn't appreciate it or have anything interesting to say. So I stopped reading Purple Hibiscus, but I've reread Americana about a dozen times. I haven't read either of those. But that's a really good point. I feel like there's a couple of different angles there, because like there's the angle of, you know, if the character doesn't have anything interesting to say about this interesting world, then it makes the overall story not interesting to read. But then I think there's also an element of like, if the world is amazing and beautiful, and then the main character's like, everything sucks, my life sucks, then that could be an interesting contrast of like, but your world's beautiful, why do you think your life sucks? And then, you know, you want to read because you want to know why they feel that way. And I think I've talked about this before, is like maybe my answer, a part of my answer would be they make you ask questions, because it kind of, yes, the people greeting him nicely, they all hated me, exactly. Oh, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that you want your reader to ask questions, right? And so if I'm just making a judgment of I'm annoyed, I'm not asking questions. If I'm making a judgment of I'm bored, I'm not asking questions. But if I'm like, will they get caught? That's a question. And I guess that kind of comes down to the motivation thing too, because it can be like, will they accomplish their goal, you know, sort of thing, whatever that might be. Will the leaky pipe get fixed? Ad. Audio coming ad. The kitty is on the floor now. I don't know if I can do kitty time, because kitty is on the floor. Listen, like I told your captain, that orphanage attacked me. It was self-defense. Oh, amazing. I feel like I need, like, because I already have the, you can post midstream questions and I can pin them and everything. But I feel like I need a separate question submission area for, like, questions for me to answer during, like, ads. Like, questions about, that, like, aren't related to the stories or aren't, like, some big midstream question or anything, but just, like, I don't know, personal questions about me or about my story, or things, just like silly things that we could talk about during the ads, so we're not just sitting here. I think that could be good. The whole internet loves Milkshake Duck, a lovely duck that drinks milkshakes. 5 seconds later, we regret to inform you, the duck is racist. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes me think of what we were talking about last stream, where we were like, oh yeah, like Jimmy has done, like, he has helped the poor and the orphans, and he's done great things. He also committed genocide, you know? Kaylee Q&A, yep. Always do a new thread in the stream chat on Discord. You mean like... Oh yeah, like make a thread. I haven't really made any threads before, but yes, I could do that. You're right. Coke's fault, the beast. Is the beast Bella?
Are you a beast, Bella Bean? You're so cute. You're so cute. You're just darling.
Throws Blormo at the ad and hopes he will commit arson upon it. Yes. Oh yeah, maybe I can try and find the some gremlin thing. I was thinking one of you might be able to find it, but... Yeah, that was very easy. Yes. That's the one. Oh, come on. Okay, maybe I'll use this computer rather than my phone. Well, Google did its job, but not Bing. I'm not very surprised. There it is. There's C.M. Weller. Found it for me. That's the one. Here, I'll quick show it. Oh, yeah, I'm on the other screen. Oh, that's not great. But yeah, show protagonist me. Protagonist move some gremlin. That one's my favorite. That's the one. Whoa. You know, and Doc is saying time travel by trolley, and I'm like, could you guys ask me trolley problems in the breaks? Would that be a fun thought experiment or turn horrific fast? But Doc just makes me think of the game Travel by Trolley where you add a modifier to the people card. It's usually a bad trait like cheated on you or caused genocide. Interesting. What? Oh, weird. Weird and fun. Nika says, are they funny, witty? Do they do cool things? Are they struggling with a difficult situation? Maybe all or none of it. I really wish I had a better answer for my own sake, if nothing else. Fair enough. I thought of something and it flew out of my brain. What was I gonna say? That really flew away. Okay, let me reread it and see what comes back to me in the midst of rereading it. Are they funny, witty? Do they do cool things? Are they struggling with difficult situation? Maybe none of it. I really wish I had a better answer for my own sake and nothing else. Yeah, it's not coming back, unfortunately. Ragnar, also, a character doesn't even have to be... Oh, I remembered it! I was gonna say, this is the reason why often people don't like protagonists. So that, not like in general, but just like... When you ask someone, what's your favorite character in, like, this show or this book, generally it depends, but often people won't say the main character. And I think that the main characters are often very vanilla, and they're very less interesting than the side characters and the villains and stuff. Also, character doesn't even have to be much of a character at all, and they still work as compelling. My go-to example is Final Fantasy, is that 6? 6 is Kefka. He is basically a bunch of mannerisms barely distinguishing nihilism as a force of nature. Still, it works amazingly well. Nice. Motivation, outrun the plot. Ghoulish. Then as a writer, you find a new plot. When the protagonist is apprehensive about being proactive in a conflict because it goes against their beliefs, it makes them a potential candidate for the concept of walking off the map / walking off the story. This is when I was talking about Newt. Yeah, that they could just like walk out of the story and not potentially not make a huge difference. Plot has no sway over me. The plot has no strings on me.
Meow. Come here and you'll get pets. I can't pet you from over there. My hands are not as long as you think they are.
Blorbo makes me think of Wooble. Wooby? With some spice. Wooby is someone you can't help but feel sorry for. Blorbo, someone you can't help but think, oh, Blorbo, when they're spicy. Potentially. Maker reminds you of like an OSB episode about why protagonists have boring powers. Ooh, interesting. I don't know what OSB is, but you should send, or P. You should send that link because that sounds interesting. Protagonist has boring power. He's very good at excavating soil. Star Wars made me feel sympathy for a triangle and a square named D0, though feeling bad for how it was treated. That must be in Clone Wars. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, do you really want out? Right now. Yes, you
do. Triangle and circle. I was about to say, it'll come back at 3 a.m. in bed. Yeah. It was in the new Star Wars with Rey. With Rey as in like, Rey and Finn and Poe. I guess it must be the last one then, because I've only watched that once. Alrighty, root. Let us go on to our generals. I think we have 2 unlocked right now, and I'm torn because I love all the generals and I would love to read them all, but also I'm much more tired than usual. So whatever your choice, if you'd like to keep cheering, make sure you cheer during the story, during the praise and critique of Luna's story in order to unlock more. Yeah, that one, gotcha. Alrighty. Amor, Divina by Giovanna J. Fuller. 348 words. Behold, mortal woman! The voice boomed into the silence of a single woman's morning coffee time. She flinched violently, spilling her hot drink onto her lap. An expletive slipped from her lips, and in a flash, she was on her feet, trying to pull her soaked blouse away from her skin. Dark drops of precious caffeine fell to the kitchen floor as she snapped her head back and forth, searching for whoever had startled her. No one. For a brief moment, she thought that she had hallucinated it. The solitude of her home had finally made her imagine a new friend to fill the silence of her life. Yet that theory was quickly dispelled, with a flash of light, followed by a clap of thunder. From the light came a man as beautiful as the dawn, taller than any man she had ever met, with muscles that looked like they were carved from marble. His eyes emanated a harsh yellow light, and they bore into her own with an intensity that made her quickly forget her coffee-soaked clothes. His own clothes were simple, a white cloth that had been draped over his body and fastened with a belt. It almost looked like a dress. Beautiful mortal woman, you have caught the eye of a god. And he took one of her hands in his. I desire you. Become my lover, and I'll show you pleasures beyond your imagination. She opened her mouth, but all that came out was a squeak. He smiled wickedly at her and placed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. The woman felt her heart thud in her chest, and for a moment it blocked out reason. Who are you? I am Zeus, king of the god. Nope! She wrenched her hand from his and scurried backwards, putting much-needed distance between them. No thank you, no thank you, please leave. He sighed and muttered, not again, before disappearing in another flash of light. The woman shuddered with disgust and spent the rest of the morning researching if becoming a nun was still an option. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. I am Zeus. Nope. Exactly. Same. Yeah. Hello, GJ Fuller. Welcome. If you have any questions about your story, don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty, Roo. This was a very fun story. I greatly enjoyed it. I feel like, I don't know if you were doing this intentionally for my challenge, but I think this is exactly what I was looking for when I set that challenge of make things active, you know, that it doesn't have to be like a fight scene or anything, but do something active with this prompt, and I think you did a great job with that. It was very engaging. And so fun. Like, I've seen a lot of like memes and prompts and stuff about like this kind of thing with Zeus, but I've never actually seen anybody write about it, and so I love actually seeing kind of like the memey nature of Zeus get put into a serious story. I think that's a lot of fun. I mean, a serious but comedic story. I like him just like booming his voice into the living room or whatever. That feels accurate to his character. Makes sense that she spilled her coffee and swore about it. This is another one of those stories where my critiques are probably going to be pretty nitpicky, but one of my critiques would be that it does feel a little bit odd that the temperature of the coffee is barely mentioned. So we do say it's a hot drink. But then after that, okay, an expletive slipped from her lips and in a flash she was on her feet, trying to pull her soaked glass away from her skin. Yes, like, that is what you do when it's hot, but that's not actually, like, making the reader feel the hotness. It's just kind of describing what she's doing. Dark drops of precious caffeine fell to the kitchen floor. Focus on, you know, the caffeine rather than the temperature, and she snapped her head back and forth, searching for wherever it startled her. So, if it is hot, I feel like that would be main thought for you know, a while before she can gain her bearings enough to think about anything else. And so, like, it's interesting because, I mean, it kind of goes back to the whole idea, but in a different way, that you're describing everything around the temperature. Like, yes, she's doing what you do if it's hot, but not actually describing the heat. And so I, as a reader, am not feeling that. And so that was a little bit strange there. But otherwise, I quite liked the way that you described that. I did like the drops of precious caffeine. Like, no, my caffeine, my energy. I think that's great. I relate. And then I like your transition of, like, you know, she thought she hallucinated it, and then you transition to talking about, you know, that she's been alone, that she's single and stuff like that. I think that works well.
There's Kitty. There she is. Hello. Hello, meow. Yes. Yes, hello. And you're fluffy. So cute. Oh, so cute. Yes, you can see. She hide. She hide in my armpit. Silly boo. Silly boo.
Um.
Yeah.
Okay, going back. And then, so I really applaud you for, making it so I didn't immediately guess Zeus. I was just like, yeah, it's a god. It could be any number of them. It could be a god that, GJ made up. And so, you have the clue of, like, the thunder and stuff like that, and so I think that's great. I think one of my, highest praises for the story is that I think that it was such a great choice to have the description of him be vague. That you're not saying that he had this, like, luscious brown hair and these emerald green eyes or anything like that. Like, all we get is that he is beautiful, he's tall, he's muscular, and his eyes glow. And, like, generally, the general consensus among, like, cis heterosexual women is that tallness and muscles are hot. And so that's all we really need to know. It's like, yeah, sounds like a hot god. And that, I think that also helps with keeping him anonymous. That, like, granted, like, there are different depictions of the different gods and stuff, but, like, potentially if you described him in more detail, we could have guesses as to which one it was. If it just being, like, handsome god, you know, that's all you need to know. That helps us not guess too early. And helps us, you know, get into her head and be with her. In, like, not guessing it. Description of the clothes is great. And then I like that, like, his speech is, like, very simple and in some ways, like, kind of just, like, I don't know, generic, I'm a god, I'm awesome, I've come to take you away kind of talk. But again, that works super well of, like, yeah, like, I can see how she'd be into this. And it also doesn't give away which one it is, because, like, any god might say this. And so I think that this is such a great way to do it, to that not make it clear that it's Zeus. And so we were like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. God shows up in your living room. You're interested. I understand. And we're totally with her when she's like, when it's like, oh, Zeus? No, thank you. It's Bella.
It's Bella.
And then I don't know if this was meant to be another clue that this is Zeus as well. But I think that worked well regardless. And then, of course, it's Zeus. Nope. Super funny, super relatable. That's great. I love that. I am shocked that he left. Honestly, like, the fact that he just, like, left with a nod again, little respect gained for this version of Zeus. Like, okay, like, he didn't either, like, sleazily, like, plead or, like, pump himself up and be like, you sure? Nor did he, you know, do something that would make this story stop being a comedy. He just was like, alright, I'll politely leave. Like, darn it. I do like the nod again that, like, potentially, like, in modern times, he keeps doing this to different people, and, like, his reputation is keeping him away. Keeping him away from the ladies. Which would be a really fun. I'd love to see this, like, continued into a universe, because this is just such a fun... Like, yeah, like, not really something... Like, I've seen the memes and stuff everywhere, but I haven't seen a story about it, so it would be really fun to, like, read about Zeus's love life in the modern day, and, like, you could even use this to, like, write about him becoming a better person, because in modern day he, like, can't get any girls, you know, kind of thing. It's also interesting that he does say who he is. Like, of course, he has to for, like, the story to work. But I do think that he didn't usually say who he was, and that might be part of why he got the ladies in the past, is because he was pretending in disguise. Like, if he showed up as the hot guy, you know, at the bar to have a one night stand with, maybe he'd have more luck. So one thought I had at the end is like I do think it's funny, like in the hyperbole and stuff of it, but there is kind of an element of like, well, like you were interested in him, so like you do seem interested in guys, like you just you're just not interested in Zeus, which like fair, same. And so like it does feel like a very strong reaction to go, Zeus liked me, time to swear off guys forever. I have a note here which I think is funny. Is like, is it because no man would be able to compare to Zeus in a towel? I've seen a rejected male perfection. I'm calling it quits. And then I know that I think that nuns are like specifically a Christian thing, but there is also this idea of like, she's like, if you like equate a nun to like a priestess or something, that it's like, is becoming a nun an option? Zeus popping up again. Well, you could become a nun of me. Yes, I will have none of you. There was another thing I missed. Oh, yeah. So there was this thought of like, she should be walking on air after this, like, aside from the fact that, like, he's Zeus and we don't want none of that. Of all Zeus's vices, no one said he had bad taste. So, unless he's just, like, gone to every girl in the city and he's swiping the bottom of the barrel here, I feel like she should take this as a compliment that you know, he found her beautiful. Swipe for no swiping, Zeus. Aw, man. I didn't see that actual thing. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I thought that you were making like a Tinder thing of like the girl swipes no on him, and he's like, oh man. All right. What do folks have to say? Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate and Ghoulish. Forgot these bits. No real questions, says GJ. Just wanted to write something a bit silly. Well, I think it worked really well. Yes, GJ has been around since the Foundry days. It's more like an old friend stopping by, indeed. Life got in the way for a while, fair. I guess I don't ever think of coffee being that hot since I usually drink it cold or wait until it's room temperature. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. Well, there's a very easy fix. Just don't call it hot. Because the fact that you called it hot then makes me want to feel the hotness. But if you just said spilling her drink onto her lap, zero problems. This is such a funny story. Giving us breadcrumbs before the gavel drops, totally. Mako, Zeus, I wish to woo you, fair lady. Lady, absolutely not. Are you still married to Hera? Zeus, we've been divorced for the last 1,000 years. Lady, so you were saying. Would the ladies be into him if it wasn't cheating? I feel like there's more issues than just the cheating. Could have been worse. Could have been Apollo. Is Apollo notoriously bad in the actual myths? Like, if I thought that Lord Olympus portrayed him as like uncharacteristically bad, and he's usually like one of the good ones, except for like I think there's like a situation of like I think it was like Daphne turning into a tree to get away from him. But I don't remember if that was like him being the sleaziest little sleazebag or if it was something else. Perhaps the long centuries have made Zeus have a bit more respect for women? I don't know, shrugs. But yeah, in the myths, he's a real a-hole, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good explanation, that the reason he's able to be like, oh shucks, not again, is because he has gained that amount of respect for women, at least. Or hey, come to think of it, maybe he does respect women now, and she didn't give him his fair chance. Maybe he's changed in the last 1,000 years. Arachnar on cue. Never trust a god to change their ways. Gods are too stubborn. Story theory. Most of the events attributed to Zeus were actually other gods, and even mortals putting the blame on him. How could you cheat on me with a swan? It was Zeus! Nice. Okay, Wolf agrees. If it was Apollo, she would have run. Okay, so I guess he does suck in the actual myths. Not Arachnar. I like the idea of playing about in Scion. Gods are creatures of fate, which is the power of narratives. So their story is shared and exaggerated. They have no choice but to adapt to said stories. Give it a few centuries of narrative drift, and you suddenly have a lecherous Zeus. Interesting. So he was not, like, lecherous in the original, I don't know, versions of him. Running never helped those. It got Apollo's attention. Oh boy. Yes, Zeus in the modern day would definitely be a frat-coded F-boy. Nicias would be a stoner. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, even though I think it is still set in ancient Greece, Eddie's story is a good example of how Zeus would be in the modern day. Zeus posing. Feel the hotness. This lady. Still no. Oh, nice. Apollo's lovers all die. Gotcha. I didn't know that. A lot of Apollo's paramours are turned into animals, turned into plants, or straight up die. Lots of them didn't want to be involved. Wow. I did not know very much about Apollo, it seems. I feel like a lot of the problems came from Hera exacting revenge. I don't feel like Zeus being a sleazy dude is Hera's fault. He did turn one of his paramours into a cow. As for Apollo, a lot of his lovers turned into plants. Gotcha. Yeah, every girl Apollo's with died. Documancer. I got them becoming known as an option as having bad luck with men. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that, I guess you didn't really have the words, but that would have been fun to add in there if she is, like, lamenting that she has bad luck with men, and is like, I guess I just need to adjust to my single life. And then Zeus shows up, and she's like, wow, awesome, maybe this is my chance. And then in the end, she's like, okay, I'm done with this. That would work. Being a human is a hassle, though. Maybe getting cowified after an affair might be the best choice. Nice. Nika, I could be 100% wrong about this, but didn't Zeus cowify a lady to hide her from someone? Isn't that the Ursa Major story that he, like, turns her into a bear and hides her in the stars? Or is that Eddie's version of it, or both? From Hera, but I like to think that a normal person would think of a better option, yeah. Normal has no place in Greek myth. Eddie Zeus is a total himbo dude, bro. Yep. Oh no, Hera's coming. Turns mistress into a cow. Has real sitcom energy. Too. True. It's unclear. I assume Pi is pre-Indo-European. Diaspiter was likely synchronized with the original Thalassian or Thalassian inhabitants' religion. If Mycenaean records are accurate, Poseidon was likely the chief Arcane deity before the Bronze Dark Age. Interesting. Might also be some goddesses there. Hera would appreciate her respecting their marriage, and Artemis would like the swearing off men thing. That's true. It was Io. Io was turned into a cow. Gotcha. Never a good choice getting into Artemis' bad side. Not getting in Hera's bad side is not a choice, unfortunately. Fair enough. When your stories are iconic enough, you have to ask the collectives, is that his story or canon? Yep. Very true. Alright. This is super fun. GJ. Really enjoyed it. Alrighty, room. Let's go on to Luna's story. Somebody tag Luna If you want to unlock more stories, then make sure you tag during the praise and critique of this story. Truth be told, Zeus gets a bad rap, but all the gods were dicks. Fair enough. Is the idea of Hades not being a dick, is that true, or is that just like people over romanticizing him? Yep, Athena turned a lady into a spider because she was a better weaver than her. Yep. Ragnar, Dionysius was a nice guy, mostly. Alright. Healing for healing's sake. Freedom and submission. Airy. By Luna Bear. 350 words. The hot sun cascades rays across the pool's shimmering, translucent surface. Seeing it from below makes a world of difference, and it helps to clear my mind. So much has been happening recently that one of my dominants, Yolan, also known as Majesty, has advised me to take an extended break. His face glides across my goggled vision, his long black hair like raven's feathers, his honeyed eyes holding so much warmth and joy. He desires that I speak more kindness into myself, more patience, love, and empathy. What's hardest about that is my perception of myself. I find it difficult to see that good in me, and so those thoughts don't naturally follow. It's a process for sure. I look up at the water-diluted sky as I rest on my back at the bottom. My swimming cap and earplugs firmly in place, my breath held. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, and I fall beneath its hypnotic spell. I'm supposed to be focusing on the past, one painful memory at a time. But I simply want to relax, be with myself in the present. The face of my second dominant, Hector, also known as Sir, appears behind my mind's eye. Pale with intense blue eyes and black hair down to his shoulders. With him, I'm exploring my darker elements, uncovering some of the worst aspects of myself, and working to strengthen them. I had swims as my lungs strained for breath, pushing myself up from the bottom of the pool. I focus on the warmth of the water, the deep, aching burn in my chest, and how my heart races with the need for air. I am present with myself in this moment, aware. I simply exist, and I'm allowed to be thankful for that. Reaching the water's surface, I engulf a huge lungful of air, working to regulate my breathing. I rest near the pool's edge, simply floating as I rest my goggles atop my cap. Lifting my eyes to the sky, birds appear as black dots, flying for parts unknown. I could get used to this piece. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Wasn't Dionysius a violent drunk? Yes, and the god of drunkenness. Yeah, I think Hades just didn't play an active role in things aside from the Persephone thing. Fair. Arachnar's more than Dionysus' vengeance towards those that were disrespectful to him was unbridled. And his orgies, parties in that case, were really wild. But again, being out of your mind is seen as being possessed by the gods. I mean, were the orgies consensual, though? Because then that's more than I can say for other gods. Me enjoying this back and forth of Greek mythology. Another amazing story. Today we have an amazing selection. I agree. They're very good. Okay. I think Luna. Okay, I think Luna had notes, but... Oh, yeah, I guess this is the notes. Luna says, I'm so grateful for this week's prompt, as reflection is something that I desperately need right now. I chose Airy for that purpose. I really hope you all enjoy it. Questions. 1. What feelings does this piece evoke? 2. Do you feel that the honorifics, Majesty for Yolan and Sir for Hector, and the inclusion that their dominance enhance, detract from, or are of no consequence to the story? Is there anything in particular that you enjoy about this piece? 4. Any other feedback is greatly welcome. Disclaimer, while yes, the story is BDSM and kink-centric, I will not be sharing any of the sexually explicit scenes, although there may be a hint of spice in a few from time to time. Even so, nothing that will go against the established rules will be posted. And thank you all for reading. Feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I thought this was a very good story. I think that one of the ways in which it shines is that the setting is super striking for it. I can really imagine both, like, visually her at the bottom of the pool and also just, like, feeling what that might feel like. Like, granted, this isn't really something I've ever done in this manner, but I can kind of imagine what it would feel like to, you know, purposely go down to the bottom of the pool and, you know, feel the peace that comes with, like, staying down in the water as long as you can. I think that's a really interesting and well done setting. I am curious. So I did catch that they weren't here with her, that she's alone, that she's just, like, remembering what Yolan and Hector said to her. But I do feel like there's a chance that this line of, like, his face glides across my goggle vision could read like he is there in the pool with her, and, like, he's, like, sliding into the water with her, and, like, his hair is going out like feathers, you know, kind of thing. So I'm curious if you all got that she was alone, or if you thought that, you know, he was with her. I really enjoy the subject matter of this story. It does feel very real. It just feel like, yeah, like something real people struggle with. Then I can definitely empathize with it myself. I do like the Raven's Feathers image. I think that's great. Raven's Feathers and Honey are both great images. And then I like that idea of, you know, you need to be kind to yourself, and that makes sense as, like, what she's exploring here of, like, I need to be okay being alone. I need to be, you know, patient with myself and learn to love myself. And then it does follow and make sense that the response to that is, like, it's others see good in me, but I struggle to see that good in me. I struggle to be patient with myself and love myself the way others people do. Like, again, like, very relatable stuff that I can definitely understand. And then I like the specifying of the, you know, what she's wearing and that her breath is held, because, like, I see something about OMG breathe over there, and I feel like I didn't get that feeling because you had a line or two like this where it's like, okay, yes, my breath is still held, I'm okay, guys, I'm not dying. And then I do think it's interesting that it seems like Yolan asked her to think about her past, and she's like, well, I don't really want to think about the past right now. I want to be here in the present. Honestly, I relate to that in terms of when I'm getting a massage. Sometimes my massage therapist will be like, yeah, like, this pain is coming from something. Like, it's coming from somewhere, but, like, why don't you think about, like, why you're so tense? And I'm like, I know why I'm tense. I just want to, like, sit here and relax and get a nice massage, you know? I just want to think about what's happening here and now, kind of thing. And I feel like both are valid, you know, thinking about the past and, you know, cycling through the memories and kind of doing, like, your own kind of therapy by going through them. But I also think there is value and validity to relaxing and being present with yourself. I think both are good things to do. I do wonder if, like, I'm supposed to be focusing on the past, one painful memory at a time, but I simply want to relax and be present with myself. I wonder, there's something about that, like, feels like a little bit cooler of a, like, compare contrast thing, but maybe that's just me. And then interesting that with Hector she's instead exploring the darker elements and, like, letting those not just allow to exist, but to strengthen them. I would have loved to see that explored a little bit more, because I do wonder, like, well, if your darker elements is you like to steal, maybe don't strengthen that one. But, you know, I'm presuming that it is stuff that is, like, called dark, but it's not actually, kind of thing. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, maybe her parents, like, kind of like shut her down for speaking her needs and like setting up her boundaries, and made her think that that was a bad thing. And so now he's like, hey, let's like explore that to the max. Let's, you know, I mean, I guess boundaries, like, I don't know exactly how it works, but I feel like explore your boundary to the max would be a weird thing to explore in BDSM, but I guess, like, maybe speak up for yourself. Let's use it like that. That it could be like, okay, like, yell at me, you know, get angry with me, and let yourself go as far as you can go, and then we can take that back and get to like this healthy middle or something like that. Oh yeah, and then I think that's the other thing, is that you say that she is holding her breath, and then 2 paragraphs later, she's like, okay, I need to go for air. I think that's the other reason why I didn't feel like, oh no, breathe, is because I think you did it at just the right amount of time, where it's like, okay, starting to feel like a little much, and she's up, you know. And then I really like the line of, I simply exist and I'm allowed to be thankful for that. I think that's a beautiful line, and I've talked about this before, of like, any reason to stay alive is a good reason, you know, and so I like this angle of that too, of like, hey, practice being thankful that you're alive, you know, that like, just even if you hate yourself for something, or you're ashamed of something, like, you're allowed to be here, you're allowed to exist, and like, you're allowed to be thankful for that. I think that's really beautiful. And then I like engulf, because it kind of is almost like she's swallowing the air, and I can imagine that. I think that works really well. One of my only critiques for the story is that twice, the first 2 times I read this story, I was surprised when I got to the word sky, because I was envisioning that she was inside. And I was like, well, it does say that the hot sun cascades upon the full streaming surface, and I guess like that, I think that's a little bit vague, like that could be, you know, that could be through the windows, but sure, because it's not through the windows, it is a clue that we're outside. And I thought about it, and I realized, I think the reason that I thought she was inside is because an inside pool feels like, yeah, like this could be empty. Or at least there could be very few people there. This is where people go to train and do their laps and stuff. But when I think of an outdoor pool, I think of a pool covered in kids. You know, that like there's so many people. There's the sunbathers, there's the kids playing. You know, I don't think of outdoor pools as quiet, contemplative, lonely places. And so I'm not sure exactly, you know, I guess you just have to take out some of the contemplation to get it in there. But if you're able to describe the pool more, and maybe like say it's at night or something, or say why she was able to be there alone, that could have been a good little inclusion, but that is like a small thing in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, overall, I really like the story. I think the setting's really strong. I think the internal monologue is really strong, and at least for me, I find it very relatable. It feels extremely real. I like it a lot, and it's neat that she's able to have people in her life that she's able to get this help and exploration and stuff from. So, as for your questions, what feelings does this piece evoke? That's hard to say, because it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's kind of like this good, like, when I'm like imagining myself under the pool, it like evokes this feeling of like pressure, but good pressure, you know, like, I don't know, I guess it would be like if there's a warm washcloth on your head, and that would be like, yeah, there's something on my face, but it's nice, you know, that there's this pressure, but it's good, you know, kind of thing. And like this blurriness, that the whole world is blurred when she's under the water. Like, it's just me here under the water. It's not just that she's like alone at the pool. She is in the water blocking out the world. And so, like, I don't know, I feel like calling it like peaceful or tranquil doesn't really quite describe the feeling of it, but saying it like that it feels like pressure makes it sound like, oh no, you know, like it's the Encanto song, and it's not like that. And so it's just like, I don't know, it's a good heaviness sort of thing, like this peaceful, gentle heaviness. And I guess that kind of goes along with like going through painful memories, or like, this is painful, this is heavy, but this is good, this is healing. You know, that's kind of the overall vibes to me. You feel like the honorifics Majesty for Yolan and Sir for Hector, and the inclusion that their dominance enhance, detract from, or of no consequence to the story. So it's interesting because I saw dominance and I'm like, what does dominance mean? Like, is this some new vampire term that I'm unaware of? And then it's interesting because I actually think that it was the fact that they both have black hair that made me realize, like, wait, I think this is a BDSM thing. Because I was like, okay, like, of course characters can have similar looks, and like, yes, of course two characters can have long black hair, but it feels a little bit rare for like two characters like this to have such extremely similar like physiques. And so I was like, oh, that's her type. Like, this is the kind of guy that she's attracted to. These are the people that she picked. This is BDSM thing. And so I don't know that it like full on detracted before that point, but I was like, what does this mean? What do you mean dominance? Like, is this good? I hope it's good, you know? 'Cause like dominant could be like, this is my master, I'm their slave, you know, sort of thing. If you don't know what it is. It's interesting because also if you had said just dom instead of dominant, I would have immediately known what you were talking about. Yeah, so like, I don't know that it detracted, other than like it maybe gave me a little question of like, like, is this bad? But other than that, I think is all right. I don't feel like the Majesty and Sir thing were really necessary, but I guess they kind of like, add an air of professionalism that like, okay, this is one of my dominants, his name is Yolan, he also goes by Majesty. It's like, okay, like, this seems like some kind of like professional sort of situation potentially. So I don't know, like, maybe like the story would work better without them, but I don't know that I'd go so far as to say that they actively detracted or anything. And I guess there's kind of a sense of like, you know, if you, I really don't know anything about the BDSM world, and so I don't know if this already is like a polyamory situation, that they're like all together in this relationship, or it's like, yes, like, no, I have like today's session with Yolan and tomorrow's session with Hector, they don't meet, they're separate sessions, you know, sort of thing. And so if you didn't say like dominance and their honorifics and stuff, then I might have thought that this is a polyamorous relationship, or that these are just friends and stuff, or like one's a boyfriend and one's a friend. And so I do think that saying dominance, even though if you're not familiar with the world, you might not know what it means, does tell you what their relationship is. Does, or at least gives you some sort of clue of what their relationship is. And that's good. Is there anything in particular you enjoy about the piece? I think I, you know, went over this, that there are a lot of little things I enjoy, but overall I think it works really well. Also, by the way, like, regarding your little disclaimer here at the end, the only reason that sexual content rule is there is for reading on the stream. And so if you want to like post a story from this story, post a small story from the story, like, to the writing group, and then you're like, hey, there is a sexually explicit story that goes along with this particular scene, I can't post it, you know, for Kaylee to read, you can still, like, post that in a Google Doc and, like, post that at the bottom of the story. Like, just warn people what it is and just be like, hey, like, there's an NSFW version of this scene, or, like, there's an NSFW scene that came before this or after this, and if you want to see it, then, like, you can read that. I do not have a problem with you posting that. You can also post it, like, in the writing workshop and the general writing area and stuff like that if you don't want to post it in the writing group. So yeah, like, you don't need, I don't think you need to be too worried. I appreciate you know, trying to make sure you don't want to you don't post, like, content I'm uncomfortable with, but yeah, it only really matters for the writing group. I'll write you. Oh yeah, and I also like the title, that it's like, I feel like Eri could be the kind of character who is like, I need to do this because of this. Like, I don't know how to describe it. That, like, I need to get healed because of this thing. And, like, you know, Hector and Yolan are teaching her, no, you need healing for healing's sake. You need healing for you. And I think that's really cool and interesting. All righty, what do folks see? Hey, Luna. Hi. Her darker elements are more of her physical side. Hector is a sadist, and she's a masochist. So they're exploring the boundaries of her physical pain. Yolan is more focusing on her mental health aspects, and all three are working through her emotional. Interesting. Gotcha. So it's not so much, like, darker as in, like, the darkness inside my mind, but more of just, like, how much can I take? You know, how much physical pain can I handle? Oh, the pool is Yolan's private pool at his home. Gotcha. Good pressure bit. So it's like the pool is giving you a massage. I guess so. Like the pressure of a water cloth on your forehead, not over your mouth. Yep. Black-haired people are into BDSM. You heard it here. Luna, yes, it's polyamorous. Yes, it's a polyamorous relationship, but Yolan and Hector are not sexually involved, although they are longtime best friends and incredibly close and love each other deeply. Gotcha. Oh, I get to post spicy time? Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright. I just see trust the mushroom. Era's staring down at the bottom of the pool, feeling peace. Meanwhile, my lungs, OMG, breathe. Yeah. Explore your feelings. Absolutely not. Knowing one's own shadow is the way to not let said shadow be in control. That or selling it to the fairies. But I wouldn't trust the fairies. They would liberate the shadow and enter in agreement with it. Then when you least expect, there's a scam in your city being run by Shadow and Fae Limited. Amazing. 346, don't trust the fairies. That kind of works. Don't trust the fairies, trust the mushroom. Nice. Wolf, I just realized the male version of dominatrix would be dominator. I want off the ride. I don't know what that gif is, but it looks cool. Arachnar. Male terms always get the most boring suffixes. To be fair, dominator doesn't sound that bad if you pronounce it like in Latin. What different pronunciation are you thinking? Like, all I could think is just, like, emphasizing the tor more. Dominator. Ragnar, maybe I can't convey my problems with it without skirting too close to the sensibility threshold, so nope, I'll keep my quiet. I'm so curious. Like, I want to ask you to say it, but, you know, if you think it's too much, fair enough. Marx, well, I did take the darkness thing as possibly masochistic. Gotcha. Luna, and as far as how they all interact, sometimes she spends a week or a few with Yolan, and same with Hector, and sometimes they do have sessions together. Gotcha. Fair enough, Ragnar, fair enough. responding to Marx. Yes, but she has gone through quite a lot in her life, and this is turning out to be a novel, so it'll be fun to explore it all. It's also another shifting perspective one, and going to be a healing journey for myself in general because of my own trauma. Oh, that's nice. I'm really glad that you were able to use your writing in a healing way. Yes, heart. Alrighty, Roo. This was a lot of fun. Very good stories, a very good stream. Hope you all enjoyed it too. It is time to announce the prompt for next week. Alright, get out those drum rolls. In third place, with 7 votes, we have a 3-way tie. This is between Crying Wolf, I Had a Heart, and The Beauty of Being Broken. I think those are all quite good. I do recommend they continue to be posted. In second place, we have a 2-way tie, each with 8 votes. And that is Soul Painting and What Have I Done? Good prompts. But our winner with 9 votes is I Wanna Pet the Creature. Hopefully that's visible. Aww. Elena says, thank you so much for reading, Kales. You always do such a good job. I cried. Aw, that's very sweet. That's quite the compliment. So this prompt comes from something specific. And I kind of want to show you the specific thing. But I'm trying to figure out how much of the thing to show you. So what it's from is from one of my Arcane reactions. And in my preview, that's like a compilation of a lot of my reactions out of context, it's in there. And I kind of want to like show you guys the actual, what it actually is in context, just because this is what that's what inspired this. I think that like it's from the beginning of the episode, and so I think the whole thing is like 4 minutes or so. I could just go straight to that part though. I did try to edit it, and so I hope that, especially because it's going to be on a littler screen as well, that it's going to be on, the reaction is going to be on that screen. And then the actual show is going to be a smaller part of that screen. You know, I hope the Twitch wouldn't get too mad at me. But, you know, I haven't tested through YouTube, you know, if it's okay with how much the show is in there. Oh yeah, I think there's an ad coming. Yes, I was really surprised by that one. I was sure The Beauty of Being Broken would win. I think, I'd have to look, but I think that, would it be up here? Oh no, it would be in here. Right? What was I thinking? Oh yes, I'm looking for this. I'm looking for the actual thing. Yeah, the I Want to Pet the Creature was second last time. If I mirror the video, it makes it harder for the bots. I was gonna say I could try that, but it might be hard because because I already edited it some, anticipating that I'd show it on stream, and that would mean I'd have to go through all of my tiny chunks and mirror every single one of them. And it might be like 30 minutes before I'm ready to show you if I did that. What was I gonna say? Oh, something I should say after the ad. But here, maybe I'll start prepping things for, oh yeah, you guys can hear that. You guys can hear me scrubbing through it. Okay, I'll mute myself for a sec. have to mute myself. I just have to mute the desktop. Okay, so that's... Yeah, so it's like almost exactly 5 minutes. I could also... There is another thing I could do, which would be funny if I do this. It was buoyed by a lot of votes from people who don't write stories, while the video being broken was anchored with support amongst frequent writers. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. Okay, we can unmute that. But so this is the other thing I could do is that I could make it extra tiny. I could full screen it. Whoa. That's not what I thought was gonna happen. I'm no longer certain I can full screen it anyways. I don't remember if there's a way to take this screen away. I guess I can look it up while the ad is going away. Trying to type Da Vinci, you type Da Vinfu. Yes, getting rid of dual screen. That's what I'm looking for. Someone says that to the top right of the right viewer, you can see a single rectangle. Oh. That's it. Oh, that was very easy. Okay. Yeah, I think that should be visible. Da Vinci! Interesting. Huh. The video being broken lost 7 votes when adjusted for writers, and I Want to Pet the Creature lost 10. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna show you the clip. I'm gonna hope that this works out, okay? Please be nice to me, Twitch. I just want to show a nice little reaction. Oh, I'll check the stream chat before I hit play. See if anybody is telling me, don't do it. I just saw Sam. One of my thoughts for this prompt: I rescued a kitten. Man, can it fart? Oh, incredible. All right. Let's try this and hope for the best. So, this is the beginning of Arcane Season 1, Episode 6. It really shouldn't have very many spoilers. Like, the main thing it's gonna spoil is just the beginning of Season 1, Episode 6. There's not much going on here. If you've never watched the show but still plan to, it shouldn't really ruin much. Alright.
Alright, I just finished
Oh,
my
it's a little...
reaction to Season 1, Episode 5 of Arcane.
Uh-oh.
I got some time, I got some energy.
It doesn't like playing both of them, so the visual is a little off. Hopefully it's not too annoying.
So let's keep going and let's do Episode 6.
I hope you guys can hear it.
Just a gross water. Who is this, Silco, or... Oh, is this the scene with Victor? It did look less gross in the scene... Yeah, it is Victor. It did look less gross in the scene with Jinx and Silco in the last episode, but I don't know if that was because it was at night. Yeah, so... The first time I watched this, I don't think I realized that this is Sky, his assistant. So that very much helps.
It's very minimally
so
edited.
I saw this short that if I can find it, I'll either stick it in here or stick it in the description or both. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it because it's not really a channel I've watched before and it's pretty far down in my history. But it was a short about how this scene is, well, I guess I should watch the entire scene and then explain it to you. So let's do that. Yeah, so they do call Sky, but it's kind of hard to hear. And I guess we haven't heard Sky's name in the present day either. as gross as the water is, it's also beautiful. And Victor's machine is beautiful. And he's beautiful. And the music's beautiful. Oh, and there's like an actual moth that those metal moths are based off of. Okay, so his leg was, yeah, I don't know how I forgot that, but his leg was messed up beforehand. So he probably had the brace in the flashback scenes. The rocks remind me of the beast from Over the Garden Wall, his true form. Well, calling it a monster is a little harsh. It's just a little axolotl creature. Come on. So what the short was saying is that this scene is basically in miniature Victor's journey. That he makes this machine and it's really beautiful and it actually works very well. And there's Sky who's like curious about him and he could try to interact with her but doesn't. And so he uses his machine and it works really well, but then it works too well and he tries to follow it and his broken body ends up failing him. And then in the end, all of this leads him to Singed and to Shimmer. And that is also what happens in the main story as well. Pretty neat, huh? Because that's a little weird. As much as I don't like the person who says it, I do love that quote.
She's so cute. She's not a monster.
I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know if it means that this creature, this species, does exist in nature and he kept her alive, or if something like her exists that he, through his experimentation, mutated and cultivated, or if she isn't a naturally occurring being, mutation is kind of something like an artificially created being, and that's what him cultivating it means. It was cool. There's kind of this idea of like the most poisonous flowers are the prettiest sort of thing. I mean, I don't think that's always true, but it's like the flowers are really pretty. And if I happen upon the scene, here's a man with this cute little axolotl and glowing flowers, like hopefully I as a child would have the smarts and wherewithal to, not walk up to him. But I kind of want to pet his axolotl. Like the flowers seem harmless. It seems relatively harmless, but ultimately there's such danger here, and I like how that's shown. It's so toothless, like actually. That's probably why I think she's cute. That is an important line. See, that I hopefully wouldn't say. I might pet his axolotl. If he offers to let me feed it, I'd probably do that too. But I don't think I'm gonna offer to assist to keep the well, yeah, okay. It is really cute. And if it's dying and he's like, I would like to keep it alive, oh, yeah, okay, now that I think about it, maybe that is something that would appeal to me. I don't know. Also, I know she's not an axolotl, I just don't know what else to call her, and I'm not calling her a monster.
There you go. I saw a creature. I saw petting intent. Yes. Okay, where'd it go? There we go. Marx, I remember hearing that line in the compilation, and I immediately knew it as a reference to. Yes. There you go. So there's the first 5 minutes, a like first blush edit on whoa, visitor. On that reaction video. Oh yeah, I was back over here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so in the compilation I included but he, hopefully I as a child would have the smarts and wherewithal to not go up to him, but I kind of want to pet his axolotl. So that's what this came from. I was thinking about telling Mako to save this prompt until I posted that actual video so I could use it as like an ad for the actual video, but I was like, at this rate, that's like gonna be like years later. So like, I really hope that's not the case. I hope that I get on a better schedule and start actually like posting them regularly soon, but I don't know. But anyway, so hopefully, you'll still go watch it once I actually post it. But there's your little teaser. There's the opening. So yes, so the original inspiration was about, you're in a dangerous situation that maybe you should walk away from, but I want to pet the creature though. But it's so cute though. The axolotl, of course, exactly. So I feel like those are kind of the vibes of this prompt, but this prompt is very versatile. You can use it in many different ways. It doesn't have to be a dangerous creature, or Rio's not dangerous, but a dangerous situation. It could just be, I want to pet the dog, and then there's a dog across the street, and your character is like, I gotta pet it, you know. It could be, I think there's like a gif of like a kid who's like, can I pet the dog? And it's a bear. It could be that kind of thing where it's like, it could be, you could be calling it a creature because it's some alien being that you don't know what it is. I mean, it's kind of the whole thing of like, no matter what it is, no matter how dangerous it seems to be, as long as it's cute, the human will go up and pet it. You know, like the alien crew, and there's like one human in the crew, sort of thing. In any game, if I can't pet the dog, it ain't a 10 out of 10. Totally, yes. Oh, that would be such a fun take on this prompt if, like, you read about somebody playing a video game, and they're like, I want to pet the dog. Okay, so pet the dog. The game won't let me, you know. Also, welcome, not a tango. If someone can post the link to the Discord for them, please do so. But we are a writing group. We have a prompt every week, and we write 350-word microfiction for the prompt, and then post it to the Discord. Then I read a number of the stories here live on Twitch on Saturdays, and, you know, praise and critique them and stuff. Thank you, Dead. Yeah, so it could be a normal creature that your person, or it doesn't even have to be a person, you know, you could write about a dog wanting to pet a dog, you know, or like a dog wanting to pet a cat, or a cat wanting to pet a person, or something like that. It's very versatile. It could be a lot of different things. You could also use pet to mean like pamper. It could be like, yes, I want to pamper the creature and shower it with my love, sort of thing. You could use pet as like, I want to make the creature into my pet. You know, I want to pet the creature and I'll turn them into a pet. Thank you for the follow. Yes, nobody wants to pet Wallery. You could indeed have like a person be pet. You know, it could be the dad ruffling the son's hair. I was about to say fur. It could be that you know, that a lover lovingly, you know, pets someone's head and stuff like that. And of course, like, you can take it sexual, but like, please don't, or please like be careful with that, and don't go NSFW with it. You know, but there's lots of non-sexual ways in which someone could pet another person. Like one of my stories for Do Pet the Dragon was like Savion talking about how he doesn't really like to be touched, but he's fine with like his hair being touched, and so you could call that being pet. You know, you could do that sort of thing. And there's a gif of a dog petting a cat. That's so cute. We were talking about it, and in the council. Let me see if I can find where we were talking about it and if there's anything new. Oh yeah, Arachnar pointed out that the creature, in Frankenstein, is often called the creature, and so I was like, that's interesting. Why would somebody want to pet the creature? And then, like, you could use, you know, I guess you could use pet in different ways, as in, like, it could be like, I want to flatter this person and get them into my good graces, but then turn on them, sort of thing. Um, hmm. Oh, there we go. Okay, so like, pet, a pampered and usually spoiled child, a person who is treated with unusual kindness or consideration, see darling, a domesticated animal kept for pleasure rather than utility, a pet adjective, kept or treated as a pet, expressing fondness or endearment, a pet project, to treat as a pet, to stroke in a gentle or loving manner. So yeah, that it could be that you've like, well, I guess this would be quite a complex use, but it could be that you've like you've pet your child too much, you pampered your child too much and spoiled them, sort of thing. I want to spoil the creature being my child, who becomes a monstrous creature through this process. It could be in the like fondness or endearment thing. It could be like, yeah, you're doing great. It could be just like encouraging somebody that you know. I want to give them encouragement, and like, it'd be great if I could get it posted soon. The next Pride and Prejudice video, we talk about like creature, and if it's an insulting word, because it's often used in Pride and Prejudice to refer to like ladies and stuff, and so Pride and Prejudice proved it. You can use it for people. People can be creatures. And then yeah, it can be like you're treating someone as a pet. You know, you can be that can be a negative thing of like, you know, could be kind of an enslavement sort of thing, or talking down to someone sort of thing. Back to stream chat. Look at that dog. Someone tried to had Pat Nabiki and she's just like, stop! Totally. These gifs are amazing. But yeah, like I feel like this prompt is very much the embodiment of like, dangerous thing, I'ma pet it. Wolf also posted the definition of creature. An animal, as distinct from a human being, is the top one. An animal or person. A fictional or imaginary being, typically a frightening one. Ooh, that's interesting. So, as in, like, a creature from outer space. So it could be like it's in a book. I want to pet the creature in the book, but I can't. Archaic, anything living or existing. Yeah. A person of a specified kind, typically one viewed with pity, contempt, or desire. You heartless creature. That's interesting. Pity, contempt, or desire. Now I'm wondering if that's how it's used in Pride and Prejudice. A person or organization considered to be under the complete control of another. The village teacher was expected to be the creature of his employer. That's interesting. Huh. So, yeah, you could use that for sure as well. Nice, that works well. Doesn't I have an idea for his Lancor story where he's escorting an idiot prince through deadly wildlife and he keeps wanting to poke at. That's great. I can just imagine like his Lancor so done with this is just to just keep slapping his hand away. And for Servos, who she wants a little lapdog like a noble woman, but keeps freezing up when it barks at her because her prey instinct keeps kicking in. Oh, those sound so cute. Those sound like great uses. I feel like the dictionary is throwing shade at Frankenstein's creation. I mean, like, then this is what I talk about in the in that Pride and Prejudice video. It didn't say that in those definitions, but I kind of have assumed that creature means created thing. Like, creature. Created thing. I could be wrong about that, but that, I feel like that's always why I thought that calling Frankenstein's creature, the creature, works so well is because he is Frankenstein's created thing. Neoteny magnet for petting intent. I want to pet the swan. Bad for you, that was Zeus. He enjoyed it too much. Turn this prompt into a found family fic. That's great. Creature can apply to an organization? Apparently. Never heard of that. There's the bear one, I think. I want to pet the birdie. The birdie. Come at me, bro. It also makes me think of Mako sent me like this ad for Pokemon that was like, I think a Halloween ad, where there's, I forget what it's called, but there's like Pokemon that's like a dog, but it's like drains your soul if you pet it. And so you could do that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, that it, like maybe the creature and being pet is almost like a luring tactic that's like, I'm cute so that you come and touch me and I steal your soul, you know? Oh, this very cool art, Massa. Reverse pet the creature. I want to pet the creator. Who's a good demiurge? Who's a good demiurge? Yes, you are. That's great. I mean, a creature could be a creator. It could work.
Oh, is that kitty?
Alright. Oh, yeah. So now that we're out of the ad, I can say. So FYI, I think when I'm going to make the cutoff for... Oh, so FYI, if you have not yet been informed, FYI, we are changing up how we're doing the voting. I am now making it so only those who either wrote a story for the previous prompt or... or those who wrote at least 2 reviews for a story or 2 on the... I mean, you wouldn't write 2 reviews on one story. For 2 stories for the previous prompt can vote in the actual final poll here in the room where it happens. And I'm going to make the cutoff when I post the prompt intro / when the forum moves. So if you're like, oh wait, so like I wasn't able to write in time to make it to the stream, but I'd still like to be able to vote, you can totally write, you know, on Sunday or like basically before 10 o'clock Central on Monday and still get in. And you also do not have to write a story to get in. As long as you write at least 2 reviews on other people's stories, then that works. What was the other thing I needed to inform people of? I feel like there's at least one other thing. Oh, yeah. It was just that I was going to keep... I was like, oh, this will be so fun. We can keep the vote like a total secret from everybody but, you know, the room where it happens. And I was like, well, I've kind of been advertising getting to see the winner like a day early. Is it a day early or 2 days early? I don't know. Early. Is kind of a perk of being a supporter. So I was like, oh, wait. The supporters should be able to see it. So at least that's the plan at the moment. If you're a supporter, you'll still get to see the result. But if you did not write any story or review, you won't be able to vote on the results. Not at the moment, at least. I may update it in the future and decide to do a double poll again, but for now, I just want to keep testing out what it's like to just have the people who wrote or did reviews be able to vote. Yes, and then the other thing to inform, no stream next Saturday. I'm going to be traveling. I am traveling for the first time since 2019. So please wish me luck. It might be more stressful for me than usual because I haven't traveled in, what is that, like 4 or 5 years? Or is it more? No, it's more than that. It's like 6 years more like, I think. And yeah, so I hope it'll be a good time. I hope it'll be fun. I'm excited for the con. We'll see how it goes. 6 years, yes. Thoughtful reviews, not just love this more, please. Yes, indeed. You have to make sure that your reviews are both constructive and thoughtful. So, just saying good job or like good job, I like this, is like not really enough to be thoughtful. And if you just like list a bunch of complaints about the story and things you think were wrong or bad about it, that's not constructive enough to count. So do make sure they're constructive and thoughtful. Good luck, Kaylee. Thank you. I hope you have fun. You got this. Appreciate it. So just as can I just say, I at least would like to have the prompt result known as soon as the vote is finished, since that might give people more time to write stories. I like to hear from others, but potentially giving people 2 days of the prompt seems more valuable to me than getting that private perk. So you guys can let me know what you think about this. If there is a lot of people going like, yes, please, this would help me so much, then I may consider changing it. But at the moment, unless that happens, I really wouldn't like to, because the whole point is to announce the prompt on the stream. And like, that's why they're secret, is because it's like, ooh, you get like the secret deets. But the point is to be announced on stream. Like if I recall, like with Benji, like I don't know. I was gonna say I don't think anybody knew until the stream, but the Patreons had to know. So yeah, I think it's always been that way, that the supporters, the Patreons, they know, but everybody else only knows when the stream happens, like, this is the announcement time. Because, like, if everybody knows, then, like, it's not that exciting to get to the end of the stream and drumroll. It's just like, okay, like, here's what you already know, and stuff like that. So that's why, it is the way it is. But if a lot of people are like, actually, I really like those extra days, then do let me know. Let's see if there's any chat in the stream chat. Pat the homunculi. Wild. I'm trying to think FMA, and I don't think Sloth is mine, but Pride would try to murder you in response. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Lust, you could pet her in certain contexts, certainly. Gluttony, I think he'd be cool with that. I think maybe Lust does like pet his head sometimes. A Sloth would pretty much, as long as you don't make him do work, he'd be fine. Pride would murder you. Wrath would murder you. Where are the other ones? So Lust, Gluttony, Sloth, Pride, Wrath. Who else? Who am I missing? Oh, Greed. You could maybe negotiate it with Greed. It depends. He might try to, whip your whole body around if you try to do it, or you might get through with it. And who's the last one? Who's number 7? Lust is out of my league 1000%. So for a long time, Benji and chat figured out the next prompt on stream, so having said the current method is more practical. Fair. That was not a homunculi. It was a chimera. A creature, nonetheless. This is true. This is true. Yeah, that is a good point. Good point. That on the other hand, it might give people more time to spitball ideas and lead to a livelier discussion when the prompt announcement comes. That is fair. Alright, I remember really liking the exhilaration of not knowing and then discovering the prompt at the end of the stream when I wasn't a member of the council. That and not knowing the stories that will be read are two feelings I kind of miss. Aww. Fair enough. And thank you for your well wishes in the private chat. The not so private chat. It's not private. It's private no longer. There is a private chat, but it's not this chat. All right. It is funny that it is basically the private chat that gets shown at the end of the stream. Alrighty, Roo. So you guys have 2 weeks with this prompt. I can pretty much guarantee you that you're only going to get the next poll in not next week, but the week after. Because like I'm going to be traveling and busy on the Wednesday next week. Oh yeah, also, so actually, yeah, let's just ask this as a question. So I had this idea. So I took the survey for the summer contest stuff, like the interest survey and stuff. And like taking in all the answers, and especially taking in a particular idea, I came up with my own idea related to it that I'm curious if what folks on stream think of. So it seemed like, yes, there are a number of people who just like straight up don't like partner events and just wouldn't participate in them. But it seemed like there were quite a few people who were like, I like partner events in theory and I'd be interested in them. The problem is I'm afraid that I won't hold up my end, or I'm afraid that the other person won't hold up their end. And or I'm afraid that I'm going to have to do all the work, that I will sign up and then I'm basically writing 2 whole stories instead of writing like 1 whole story and half a story, or just half a story. And so someone, I think it was Death said has some really good ideas. The idea was to have one person write half this, like, well, basically one person write like 1,500 words, and then the other person write 1,500 words. And I kind of took that in my own direction and went, okay, what if we did an event where you basically sign up as like starters and finishers? That you sign up and go, I would like to start a story. And then, or someone else signs up and goes, I would like to finish a story. And then, of course, you would have the optional option to do both. And so basically, you are explicitly writing half a story. That it's not a question of like, which partner will write which part. It's a question of just like, yep, you will write this amount, and that's what you're writing, and that's also what your partner is writing. My original idea was to have like the starters all like post their part ones, and then have the finishers like claim whichever one they want to do. But I think that leaves too much room for like the last picked on the playground syndrome, where like whoever's picked last is gonna feel bad, and I don't really want that. And so what I was thinking is maybe you're paired up, but you're paired up secretly. And so you sign up as starters and finishers, and the starters and finishers get paired up, but who you're paired up with is a complete secret until the starter finishes their part. And then I was thinking that, and of course, like, I'd have to see if there's an equal number of people, and if there's not, then the people who, like, sign up to do both, could fill in the gaps. Or potentially the people who do both could be like the backups, who if somebody doesn't finish their story, or maybe doesn't start their story, then somebody who said both then can pick up the slack sort of thing. So yeah, what do you guys think of that idea of doing a partner event where you sign up to start or finish a story, and then yeah, one person starts it, and then the other person finishes it, and you don't know who you're paired with until you, the starter finishes starting. And so it's kind of like the story can, like, go in a totally different direction than you thought it could, you know, kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, that's fair. I think the announcement is part of the excitement, to be honest. More incentive to stick around after the stories are over. Idea? Yes, it could work. Just worried about lack of turnout like last time. Yep, I'm worried about that too. Hello, Coffee Quills and Raiders. Welcome, welcome. it's unfortunate that I'm wrapping up. But welcome if you've not been here before. We are a writing group. We, brain, come back to me. We have a prompt every week, and we write 350-word microfiction for the prompt, and then post it to the Discord. Then I read some of the stories here live on Twitch on Saturday. Yep, that ending is right now. Gotta raid and run, very fair, but I appreciate you bringing raiders. Every time on my part, you'll raid and I'll gather you all up and then we'll raid someone else. Speaking of which, start thinking about who you want me to raid. And then the other thing is that I think I am going to do a prompt collection like we usually do in the writing group. That's how you can tell how tired I am. I forgot the word writing group. I forgot what we are. Thanks, coffee. So I like gathered up people's thoughts for the prompt, and people liked my idea of like ask your friends what they want you to write. So we will do that. That'll probably be the challenge. And then like I think it was that like beach episode like just barely beat Summer Vacation, and then some people offered some other different prompts. And then when I was talking about it with the council, they started submitting more prompts, and I was like, well, like, if you guys are submitting prompts, I guess we need to do a prompt submission. So I think what I'll do is I'll have beach episode, Summer Vacation, I think it's Summer Vacation, and then the 2 prompts that people submitted in the survey will get through automatically. And then I think the rest, then we'll just do, like, a normal submission period. I don't think I'll do the like only people who posted for past wow, it's 9:00. Only people who posted for like past contests will vote. I don't think I'll do that because I don't think I'll do that this time. I'll just like open it up for anybody because I'm hoping that that'll like get more people excited to write for it and stuff. I don't know where I'll do that, because this, like, suggestions for prompt is this where it's set up for that, but it's like, people might think it's for the writing group, and it's like, no, actually, it's for the events chat. So I don't know if I'll, like, do it in the events chat or something. But, yeah, so that's my idea for a different way of doing the partner stories, and then we'll probably call for prompt submissions. If I can do that call and stuff before I go, I will, but I don't know if I'll get around to it. That's interesting. Woohoo. That says, I think there might be a way to make the finishers anonymous and have the first halves taken all at once, so no one is last. Okay, so it could basically be, are you thinking of something like the finishers basically like DM me and say, I want this person, and then like, okay, well, I'll finish that thought. Like, I want this person, and so then, like, it's not that anybody's last, it's like, I gather up all the thoughts, and then I say the thoughts. I say what happened. The problem with that would be that, like, someone might want the same person, but I guess I could just say to them, like, oh, hey, they're already taken. Who's your next pick? And then, like, yes, that would leave somebody last picked, but that they wouldn't know that they're last picked because I'd be like, okay, here you go. You know, you're done, you know. Rank the beginnings? I'm not sure. Oh, that, like, people would, like, DM me their rankings. Interesting. And then, like, whoever DMs me first gets their first pick kind of thing. That could work. That's an idea. Like I said, you got some good ideas, man. Alright, well, let's see what the Raiders will say. He's a cute little raid emoji. Can I request I think you're a raid out then? Yes. Let me real quick finish, yes, talking about the backups. If you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. Those happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you submit to backup queue now, then you'll be first in line. There's a lot more back and forth discussion in voice, so yeah, don't hesitate to join if that sounds fun. You can read your story to everyone, have other people read it for you, or you could just lurk and hang out. So it's a great time. They happen at like 5 p.m. Central on Sunday. I think I've stopped adding that to my usual outro. Aw, darn. That's too bad. I mean, if you... I totally understand not wanting to have it read if you're not going to be there, but you could have somebody else, you know, read it and, like, either have someone try to, like, record the discussion or, like, ask what the discussion was. You'll forfeit your guaranteed axolotl. Oh, that's incredible. I'll write to you. Okay, so I can raid the person that Coffee Quill suggested. Okie dokie. Alrighty. It's been a lovely stream. Invalid username. What? Oh no. Is superstar Sean Arnold. Is this not the person? Did something go wrong? Did they stop streaming? Let's try one more. Yeah, that looks right. Maybe it's like not capitalized. Sean Arnold. There's an R in there. That is also... Oh, nope. I thought it said invalid username, but it said it was created. Have a good evening to you as well, Aerith. Hope that you have a good day. Wow, that is a large number of viewers. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. Oh, hi, Vast Ascending. Always. Vast Ascending. Vast. Hi, Vast. Welcome. Sorry you arrived at the end. But yes, I will see you all in 2 weeks. Have a good time petting all the creatures. Goodbye.